Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We rearranged some seats, so it's like the first day of school in your classes, and everyone has to find the correct spot. But thank you. And I'd like to call this meeting to order and ask if there is a motion to reopen the meeting at this time. Commissioner Berkeley, is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Reed, all in favor? Okay. Do I need to call them all? It's a unanimous vote to reopen. Thank you. The meeting is open. Call to order. Is there a motion for the approval of the prior open session minutes?
So moved.
Commissioner, I'm sorry, I'm really out of it. Richardson, thank you. Second, Commissioner Reed. And may I ask that we combine that with also the approval for closed session summaries? Okay, so all in favor? I can't do that. Sorry about that one. For the open session, everyone can vote?
Yes.
Thank you. So we're voting on the open session. Commissioner Bondima, are you with us? Thank you. We have 8 and 1 absent. Okay. Now a motion to approve the closed session summaries. Thank you, Commissioner Hassan. Second by Commissioner Richardson. All in favor? 8, 7, 1 absent. Commissioner Frank? It's not.
Oh, there he is.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to welcome everyone back officially to the school year. I know that last week administrators unit returned, and some of us were able to attend the CEO's Academy, and that was a good start for the year. And today, I believe, teachers returned to school, so we want to welcome everyone back, and we are looking forward to a successful school year. As we begin a new year, we have the distinct honor this evening of honoring someone who has ended up some years with the board. And so it's my great pleasure this evening to recognize the contributions made to our city, our students, our schools, and our families through the dedication of one very highly talented, intensely motivated individual. For nearly 30 years, Cheryl Kashani has embodied the highest ideals of public service and personal commitment. Working with philanthropic and community organizations across the city, she worked relentlessly to improve the environment, to promote the availability of affordable housing and healthy food, and to improve the overall quality of life for the families of Baltimore. Starting in 2013, Cheryl brought her limitless energy and determination to the Baltimore City Board of Education in service to our city's students and school system. In 2017, her talents were recognized by her selection as board chair, where she served with distinction until her term ended this past summer. Even measured by Cheryl's own high standards, the accomplishments of the board under her leadership were extensive and reflective of the values she brought with her to the job. In the course of 2 short years, Cheryl oversaw the development and implementation of principled policies for Baltimore City Public Schools, while encouraging the public discussion and occasional controversy they sometimes generated. The list is long and impressive. The school police policy, the enrollment task force, the sex-based discrimination policy, the ethics policy, and the equity policy, just to name a few. Equally important, she intentionally and forcefully sought to create an environment of transparency, engagement, and the encouragement of community voice in every aspect of board operations. In summary, Cheryl Kashani is both a woman of ideas and a woman of action. She is both impatient and compassionate, determined and understanding, fiercely committed and deeply sympathetic. I am grateful personally to have worked with her for the past 5 years, and I am honored to present her with proclamation in recognition of her significant achievements on behalf of the students and family of Baltimore City. Please join me in congratulating and thanking Ms. Cheryl Kashani. Cheryl, would you? I know this is familiar territory, so you can come.
That's really cool.
Making a Difference Award to Cheryl A. Kashani. And this is from Baltimore City Schools. And if you, I don't know, I'm going to let you hold it and model it.
Yes.
How is that? So again, thank children and families of Baltimore.
Thank
So
you very
would
much.
like to say?
Sure. I know how much people hate adding extra things to the meeting, so I won't say much. I do want to say that it's been the distinct honor of my life to have served on this board. I have a tremendous appreciation for the tradition of this board, and I also, it's not lost on me what it meant to serve as board chair with Dr. Santelises as CEO. That was definitely a high honor in my life. But I come away with a really deep appreciation for people who show up at Board of Education meetings on Tuesday nights, because like there's so many other things you could be doing right now. It's kind of amazing, actually. Like, I'm looking out at all the teachers, and I know this is a big deal, and it is an intense issue, but it's just before school starts, and you could be doing something else. But people really care about what people that show up here are rising to another level of caring, and I think that's really cool. And I'm glad to have been a part of it, and I will continue to be supportive of you and the board and anything I can do to help. So thank you very much.
Yeah,
I'd like the whole
sure.
board,
Let's see
actually.
if we can take it out here.
Okay, cool.
Come on, everyone.
Again, thank you for allowing us to take that time to say thanks. We're hoping that the board will continue that tradition of recognizing and thanking staff and folks that really work for our system. And we do have quite a legacy to follow. This time I want to recognize Principal Tamatha Woodhouse. Is she here? Okay. I don't know if Commissioner Bondima would like to say something as she comes forward, but I know she visited your school, became very active, and was very impressed, and would like for us to invite you to come to speak with the board and the community about the things that are happening.
Thank you, Commissioner Chair. I want to start this evening off, and I invited Principal Tamatha Woodhouse to do a short presentation to us because as a commissioner for Baltimore City School Board, I, separate from the work that we do and our responsibility, we step outside of that area, and sometimes we adopt a school just to be a part of, to see what's going on and if we can be of any help. And I made a decision when we had some issues going on in the school with children losing our kids and incidents happening, and I asked our CEO, if it was possible that I could visit Renaissance to just get to know the school, and mainly because I am a Cherry Hill girl, and I grew up in Cherry Hill, and I felt like this was something that was familiar to me, the students, the teachers, and I went down to the school, and I've been a part of the school for a few years, and I invited Ms. Woodhouse, if you could just come and spend a few minutes and share with our board and the teachers and the community, and bring your partners with you to tell everybody what you're doing down there that's successful. And I'm going to invite you to speak.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tamatha Woodhouse. I'm the principal of Renaissance Academy. I was appointed by this board to go there last July 1. And since we've been there, one of the things that we looked at was the data. And I was charged with really moving the data and figuring out what academic progress or the direction for academic progress we needed to go into. My first day of meeting Dr. Bardema, she looked at me and she says, "Do you know what you're doing?" I was scared to death, and I was like, oh, my God. But we went on and we pushed through. I have a lot of great partners at Renaissance Academy. So one of the things we did this year was we really took a deep dive into the data, and our data told us that our female students had the highest course failings, and they also were getting suspended at a record rate. So what we began to do was to get them to trust us. So part of them trusting us was having a learning institute, the beginning of the year surrounding that data, where we asked the partners, parents, community members, and they spent 4 days with us learning what we learned to prepare for school. In that process, we pulled out a lot of data from parents and community members of what they wanted to see at Renaissance. So from that, we ended up with the phlebotomy program. We ended up with the sip and paint, where we have a sip and paint for our young females. And while the girls are sipping and painting, the boys are with our male staff at a college basketball game. Loyola College adopted us this year, and they host our boys go out and do the basketball games with them, while the girls do sip and paint, makeup. And it was really about building trust with our students to begin to look at the academic progress. So this is one of our students who completed the phlebotomy program, and this is Ms. Brogdon, one of our partners from Promise Heights that made the phlebotomy program possible. So they're going to talk a little bit about how we built that trust and how the program came about.
Hello, my name is Destiny, and I was with the phlebotomy program. I just want to say first that my former principal, she transformed the whole school to me, because I went there, I started there in my 11th grade year, and before it was nothing like how it was my 12th grade year. And the phlebotomy program really changed everything for me, only for the simple fact is we start clinicals. We ended with having 100 sticks after clinicals, and then you get your state certification. Then you can, start working in hospitals and stuff. So with that changed all our lives. That's because that was like a jump over, a lot of things that we had to do, like months in college and stuff. So that really helped out a lot. And also, us in the phlebotomy team, we feel like without her, we don't know where we would be because we really did not want to go to college. So that really changed everything. She changed all of us.
My name is Bronwyn Maiden. I've been before this board a couple of times. I'm the executive director of Promise Heights. We were awarded $30 million by the U.S. Department of Education to work in 5 schools in West Baltimore. Renaissance Academy is one of those schools, and you will also hear from Furman, or Furman Templeton is also here, the public charter school. I am so proud to be here today to say to you that this principal, as well as her team in the back, and I really would like, if you don't mind, just to say to them, would they please just stand up so that you can see the support that's here with our principal. There are others that could not get in this room, and they're in the overflow room, but I just wanted you to know that. We have been working with this school for a number of years as the lead partner for the community school. And actually, we've done a lot in terms of working with the school to try to get them to develop further. One of the things I love about the leadership of Tammy is that she is data-driven. Every conversation I have with her is, how is this going to move the data of these students? We came up together with the idea of this phlebotomy program, and it's not just us, meaning the University of Maryland, and Dr. Badima, and of course having a wonderful principal, but also we leaned on other partners in the community. We said to BCCC, you need to come in here and teach this course. We decided we would pay for it, and we did. We also said to them, the clinicals that we have to do, we need the University of Maryland medical system to step up, and they did. And so the students, Destiny was one of our stars this summer, did participate. They got through it. I want you to know the data is strong, and their attendance, what is so amazing for this group, went way up, which is one of the things that we deal with all the time. I know you have a packed agenda. I'm not going to take any more of your time, but I just wanted to say to the board, thank you for placing this principal there, right person at the right time.
Oh, there was a request if you would like a picture. Oh, well, if the photographer wouldn't mind, we'll.
I just want to say thank you for Bronwyn Maiden. I'm always saying it wrong. University of Maryland really stepped up to the
Right.
plate, and they do an outstanding job. When you walk through the school, you see a great big difference. And I'm so happy to be there and be a part of the school. And I come in for the meetings, and we have lunches, and we have all kinds of things for the students. We work very closely with the students. I am extremely happy to be at that school. And thank you to the principal, Ms. Woodhouse. For me, I see you're doing a wonderful job. Thank you.
Commissioner Frank, did you have?
Ms. Maiden, it sounded like you said $30 million. Did you really say $30 million?
We got a $30 million
That's
grant.
incredible.
Yeah.
What was the success of your application? What did you promise for $30 million?
We promised, and Dr. Sandelisis knows about it, that we're going to increase reading scores, math scores in the 5 schools, that we will provide quite a bit of resources to these schools. So we're paying for after school. I don't know that I want to tell you all those things, Commissioner Frank, because I don't want to hear from the principals that the budgets have been cut. That's my only concern. But no, actually, technology, we're paying over $1 million to bring in computers to all 5 of the schools so that every child will have either a tablet or a laptop. We're bringing in a lot of other things in terms of staffing. Each school now, my staff that goes, and they are in the school physically every day, it's almost 10 people. Several work on, attendance monitoring. Social workers are there in terms of mental health services. So it's a number of things that we're doing. It's a 5-year grant, $6 million a year by the U.S. Department of Education. The proposal, I'd be more than happy to give it to the board, 150 pages, 1,000 pages of appendix. It's hard to write.
So one of the things that we did do last year was all of our students have laptops. So this year, what we're doing is we're doing exchange cell phone from laptops because we're going to a cell phone-free environment. So as they turn in their cell phones, they'll get a laptop. As they return it, so that's one of the things that the grant helped us with this year.
Thank you. Please stay there for one moment while we get a picture with Commissioner Bondima and Dr. Santelises. Good. And again, we want to thank Commissioner Bondima for bringing this to our attention, and also for us to be able to highlight what can happen with great partnerships. We would encourage others who may in the community who may want to apply for a loan or simply work with a school to please contact your local school. We'd be more than welcome to talk with you. At this time, I'm going to ask for a motion to approve the personnel and quasi-judicial matters.
Madam Chair, before we do that, I'd like to pull, and I apologize for doing it late.
Not there.
It's all in 3, right? So it is. I want to pull 3.03 for a vote.
Yeah, the mics aren't on.
The mics aren't on?
Or the speaker's not on.
I'd like to pull item 3.03 for a vote. Could everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. You're welcome.
Okay. Is there another motion?
Row, right? Yeah, do we need 3.02 poll?
Code 302.
Doesn't that need a separate vote?
Right, Christian?
Christian?
So that's pulled up. We have to pull that one.
302.
Yes.
Yes.
So
Go
do
ahead.
it now.
Yes.
So we pulled 3.02
And 3.03.
and 3.03. This says chair. Chair. Okay.
Okay, we have pulled 3.02, 3.03. I am asking for a motion concerning 3.02.
Okay. I move to reject the hearing examiner's summary of evidence and conclusion and to restore the appellant's employment with back pay and restoration of benefits and tenure, and that the CEO assign the appellant a position consistent with her Maryland Educator certificate based upon the needs of the school system. Is there a second?
Is there a second? Commissioner McFadden? Okay. All in favor? Okay. Commissioner Brooks? Reed, Hassan, Richardson, Chinya, McFadden, Bondima. All opposed? Okay, Commissioner Berkeley, abstentions. Commissioner Frank. The motion passes. And now I'm going to ask for, we pulled 3.03. Is there, do you want to?
Just because the case number for that is, sorry, just because the case number is 19-01A.
Yes.
Okay.
That one? Yeah. Is there a motion to approve 3.03? Commissioner McFadden, that's the one you pulled. Did you want to make a
I
motion?
want to abstain from voting, so that's why I wanted to pull
Okay,
the
thank you. The
item.
motion is being pulled for an abstention. Okay.
Move approval?
Okay, Commissioner Hassan, seconded by Commissioner Reed. All in favor for 3.03, which is case 19-01A. Okay, Commissioner Brooks, Reed, Hassan, Richardson, Chinya, Frank, Bondima, and Berkeley. No one opposed, abstentions. Commissioner McFadden. So that motion passes. Now I'm going to ask for a motion to approve the PEP and the remaining quasi-judicial matters for a vote. Commissioner Frank, is there a second? Commissioner Richardson, all in favor? Commissioner Brooks, Reed, Hassan, Richardson, Chinya, McFadden, Frank, Bondima, and Berkeley. Motion passes. Thank you. I'll turn it over to you, Dr. Santelises.
Thank you, Board Chair Chinia. I just want to, and I know that former Commissioner Kashani has left, but I do just want to add my thank you. I did thank her her last board meeting, and as is oft to happen in these settings, someone will let her know that I also said the following comments publicly. I just want to echo a lot of the sentiments that Chair Chinia shared earlier and say really what an honor it was and what a benefit to my own leadership working with Chair Kashani was, and the fact that no one ever had any question of the fact that her bottom line was about what was best for young people. And she approached every issue that way. I commend her for that, and I think our school system is better for it. Our young people have benefited, and I personally am better for her leadership, so I wanted to say that as well. And I will now invite Chief Grant Skinner for this evening's PEP agenda.
Good afternoon, Dr. Santelises and Commissioners. First tonight, Laren Mortarulo, currently a literacy coach, is appointed coordinator for the Literacy Blueprint effective August 28th.
Is she here?
Monique Romo, currently Assistant Director for Building Maintenance and Inspections Operations, is appointed Director of Strategy and Compliance in the Office of the Chief Operating Officer, effective August 28th. Ingrid Brailsford, currently a Specialist in Food and Nutrition, is appointed Assistant Director, Inspections and Environmental Compliance, effective September 16th. Heather Stone, currently guidance counselor at Affia Public Charter School, is appointed assistant principal at Affia Public Charter School, effective August 28th. Jasmine Curry, currently manager of teacher leadership development at Teach for America, is appointed assistant principal at KIPP Harmony, effective August 28th. Kim Sadbury, educational associate, MTSS coach at Bluford Drew Jemison STEM Academy West, is appointed Assistant Principal at NACA Freedom and Democracy Academy 2, effective August 28th. LaDeja Ballard, currently Educational Associate at Furman Templeton Preparatory Academy, is appointed Assistant Principal at Furman Templeton, effective August 28th. Lori Randall, elementary teacher at Hamilton Elementary Middle School, is appointed Assistant Principal at Hamilton Elementary Middle, effective August 28th. Charlene Wilby, former principal, is assigned principal resident at Mary Ann Winterling Elementary at Bentley and North Bend Elementary Middle, effective August 28th. Shayna MacGyver, currently manager of family engagement, is assigned director of engagement, effective August 28th. And finally, two principals. Alexander Reese, currently assistant principal at KIPP Harmony, is appointed principal at KIPP Harmony, effective August 28th, in a co-principal model. And finally, Nina Mouzone, currently principal resident, is appointed interim principal at NACA Freedom and Democracy Academy 2, effective August 28th through June 30th, 2020. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Chief Grant Skinner. And as has become our practice, I would like to read a little bit more about newly appointed Principal Reese and newly appointed Principal Mazzone. First, Principal Reese has been a teacher and leader at KIPP Ujima Village Academy since 2011. Prior to serving as resident principal and completing the KIPP Foundation Successor Leader Fellowship, he taught math, led the math department, and served as grade level chair. As KIPP Ujima's assistant principal, Mr. Reese coached teachers and managed half of the school's staff. Before KIPP, he worked for an NGO, non-governmental organization abroad, a nonprofit organization in D.C., and a state advocacy group in North Carolina. Mr. Reese received a bachelor's degree in public policy from Duke University and a master's degree in education administration from Johns Hopkins University. Congratulations and best wishes to Alex on his appointment as principal at KIPP Harmony. And Principal Nina Mazzone, did I say your name right? Mozon, thank you. And you know, the phonics didn't help, so thank you for correcting me. So Principal Mozon continues her journey in city schools from the position of resident principal at Bluford Drew Jemison STEM Academy and Baltimore City College. Previously, she served as humanities department lead at both Baltimore Design School and Dunbar High School. A proud East Baltimore native, Ms. Mazzon's involvement in education began with spot-on imitations of her favorite teachers on the immaculate marble steps of her grandmother's home on 23rd Street. She states, "Teaching and learning is bigger than the right answer and so-called winning. It's also about giving the wrong answer, losing, productive struggle, and perseverance. Accept your losses like you accept your wins with open arms." She holds a bachelor's degree in English from Mary Baldwin College and a master's degree in educational leadership and administration. Congratulations on your appointment as interim principal at NACA Freedom and Democracy Academy 2. Next, I would like to recognize the newest PCAB members. The Parent and Community Advisory Board, or PCAB, is an important source of family and community voice to the board and to me as CEO, as well as a valuable communications tool and feedback tool for reaching our school communities effectively. I am pleased to welcome two new PCAB members recommended by the Baltimore City Council of Parent-Teacher Associations, another one of our great partners. And I would ask them to stand and be acknowledged, I see them now, for their willingness to serve on behalf of our students and families. First, Linnea Cornish has more than 15 years of experience in education and administration as a classroom teacher and an elementary middle school administrator in Baltimore City Public Schools. She has 3 children attending Northwood Elementary School, a daughter entering 4th grade, and a fellow mommy of twins entering pre-K. Ms. Cornish is a very strong advocate for parents of children with special needs, serving as a volunteer for numerous organizations focusing on parent advocacy and mental health. Her experience and passion for children with special needs will play a significant role on the Parent and Community Advisory Board. Welcome, Ms. Cornish. And next, we have Charles L. Smith. There you are, Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith is the current executive director of At Jacob's Well, Inc., and is a proud parent whose son will be attending Poly this fall. Mr. Smith's passion for advocacy work to ensure the best for each student of city schools embodies the PTA mission to make, quote, every child's potential a reality. His work serving community members experiencing homelessness and his focus on mental health and wellness will be a great support to the Parent and Community Advisory Board. I want to thank also Mr. Charles Smith for agreeing to serve. I also want to thank everyone on the PCAB board for your continued and ongoing commitment to our schools and our students. One of the primary areas of focus for our Blueprint for Success is leadership in our schools and throughout our organization. This focus also reflected in our contract with our union partners in Pizzazza, with its emphasis on the importance of acknowledging and distinguishing exemplary leaders while creating structures to sustain high-performing learning communities that promote equity and excellence for every student. In collaboration with our partners in Pizzazza, City Schools implements a clearly defined series of career pathways designed to attract, acknowledge, and retain our strongest leaders, those who go above and beyond to accelerate our young people's success, demonstrate high standards of leadership, and transform their school communities. Last school year, we implemented a new portfolio process for school leaders and leaders here at the district office to recognize the impact of their role in city schools. I am therefore pleased to acknowledge our newest cohort of transformational principals and distinguished district administrators who have consistently demonstrated the characteristics we look for in all leaders. At this time, I'd like to ask Jimmy Giddings, president of Pizzazza, to introduce these leaders so we can collectively acknowledge their contributions to our student success. When your name is read, please stand so we can recognize you. But first, I am going to turn it over now to Mr. Giddings.
Thank you, Dr. Santalese, but I guess I won't make any
Christian.
comments because you made all of
Christian.
But can you still press your mic because we want to hear you? There you
Hello?
go.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Santalese. You literally took the words out of my mouth, what I was going to say today. But congratulations to the cohort 2 and 3 of transformational and principals and cohort 2 of distinguished administrators. I'd like to take this time just to read off the names, if you don't mind, and have them come up. Lillian Cockrell, principal of Sharp Learning Hall Elementary. Principal Sarah Long, principal of Federal Hill Preparatory School. That was cohort 4. In cohort 5, we have Principal Miguel De Toro, principal of Callaway Elementary. Principal Matthew Eop, Principal of Crossroads Elementary School. Principal David Guzman, Principal of Murray E. Rodman Elementary. Principal Kimberly Hill, Principal of Lockman Bundy Elementary. Principal Samuel Rathert, Principal of Calvert M. Rodwell Elementary School. And our distinguished administrators, Amber Clemens, Literacy and Academic Content area. Darren Gill, Educational Specialist, IEP Development and Implementation. Dennis I apologize for that. Coordinator, Gifted and Advanced Learning. John Newberry, Coordinator, World and Classical Language. Renita Tanks, Coordinator, AOP Supports. Dr. Santalese and I congratulate all of you for the excellent jobs that you have done and are still doing in the Baltimore City school system and supporting our children.
Thank you, Mr. Giddings. Do we want to take a picture or? Yeah, you guys are trying to bolt out of the room. Come on back.
He's embedded, huh? Okay.
Great, thank you very much, and again, congratulations to everyone. And it's really great not only to see our school leaders get commended and recognized that way, but also, really for the first time, our district leaders. And those are folks who really make the work easier for schools. And I think that that's really important and kind of a milestone for our district. Earlier today, the Maryland State Department of Education released the MCAP, formerly known as PARC, our Standardized Summative Achievement Scores, for city schools and districts across Maryland. I am pleased to report that our students continue to make progress overall. Students in every grade in English language arts saw increases from last year in the number of students scoring at a level 4 or 5. I'll remind the public that levels 4 and 5 are considered college ready, college and career ready. And we saw 105 schools saw increases in the percentage of students scoring a level 4 or 5 in English language arts, and that is up from 90 schools last year. But most important to me, we actually see that this kind of movement tells our city that we are on the trajectory of improving the educational outcomes and impact for our young people. We also see schools with gains of 5% or more were found all across our city in a variety of neighborhoods, in a variety of zip codes. And what that says is it is possible to accelerate the achievement of our young people regardless of the neighborhoods where they reside. So we are in a good position for continued incremental growth. I do believe that we are also, frankly, on the dawn of what are our greatest gains yet to come. I've been quoted as saying before, we're not necessarily holding a parade. We will save that for when the real leverage kicks in, but I also want to be able to commend all of the teachers, the educators, paraprofessionals, school leaders, district office staff, everyone who has kept focused on what it means to educate the whole child. Our work has momentum, and I look forward to really seeing the fruits of everyone's labor continue. Overall, 34 schools across the city saw gains of 5 percentage points or more in ELA or math from last year, and 8 schools saw double-digit increases in either English language arts or math over the previous year. Again, we have a good indicator of our direction. We are outpacing the state's gain in English language arts for grades 3 to 8, as well as in English language arts for 10. And while our math scores were relatively flat, we saw gains in grades 3, 4, and 7, and in Algebra 1, versus a statewide overall decrease in math in grades 3 to 5. We absolutely have to balance our sense of success with the perspective of how far we still have to go. We have progress. We are showing an upward trajectory. But we cannot and will not stop until we give every child in Baltimore the quality education that he or she needs to be successful in life. So again, I want to offer my thanks, my congratulations to the folks at the ground level every day doing the work, whether you are a custodian, whether you are a pre-K teacher, a high school math teacher, or anyone else in between. We want to make sure that we are staying focused and really are moving to close the disparity between where we are and where we need to be. With that, I will now turn to Teresa Jones, our Chief Achievement and Accountability Officer, for a high-level look at this test data in a bit more detail. Chief Jones and Mr. Wan, I welcome you to the table.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you, Dr. Santelises. I'm Teresa Jones. I serve the district as the Chief Achievement and Accountability Officer, and I have with me Dr. Christopher Wan. He serves as our Research Director. This evening, we're going to share with you the top-line results of the most recent park administration. As Dr. Santelises indicated, we did see increases across the board in each grade level in the areas of English language arts. What you'll see depicted on this slide is a description of each grade's performance last year versus this year, along with the change versus the prior year, and it shows how we compare versus the state of Maryland. As you take a look at this slide, you'll notice that all of these are in green, showing that there are increases both statewide and in our district. However, I will point out that there are a few areas where our scores are actually a bit higher than the state, and those are in grades 4, 6, 7, and ELA 10. For this next slide, we'll take a look at our math performance. Again, here, as Dr. Santelises pointed out, there were more challenging results in the area of mathematics. What you will note, however, is that while city schools did have declines in 3 areas, grades 5, 6, and 8, those declines were actually a bit less than the state, arguably flat for 5th grade. But what you'll see is that at least in the areas of 7th grade and Algebra 1, we actually reversed the trend that you see for the state, where we were showing increases and the state was showing decreases. As we take a look at performance in the high school level, one of the things that we do when we report is we report the differences between the performance of our first-time test takers versus those that are considered retesters. Just as a reminder, in 2018, students actually had to receive a passing score in order to meet the graduation requirements for Park. And so that was the first year that you started to see data around students that had taken the test previously, but then had to take it again in order to meet that graduation requirement. What you'll see noted here is that if you take a look at our first-time test takers in both Algebra 1 and ELA 10, you'll see that we do have increases versus prior year, which is an indication that we're getting better at actually getting students to cross that finish line the first time they're taking the test. And we're also seeing that for the Algebra 1 retesters, we had a 1-point increase there versus a decline at the state level. And then as it relates to the retesters, unfortunately for ELA 10, there was a slight decrease, arguably flat, if you look at our movement from 4.5 to 4.4. I know this is a bit of an eye chart, and so I'll try to sort of navigate this for you and invite you to take a look at it online where this presentation has been posted. What we're included for the next couple of views are actually the data as presented by the State Board earlier today. And what this allows us to do is to see how Baltimore City compared to the other local school systems. That's that LSS abbreviation. We're going to look at it in two views. First view is going to take a look at performance across the combined grades of grades 3 through 8, and then we'll take a look at the high school assessments. So as you will note here, Baltimore City is actually that bottom row, which indicates that we continue to have challenges just overall in getting more and more of our students across the finish line of proficiency. However, you will see that we have had some notable increases in some areas, and as Dr. Santolisa shared earlier, in some cases our increases outpace those not only of other locals, but also of the state at large. So for example, if you take a look at this slide for ELA 3 to 8, you'll see that we actually had a statistically significant increase to the tune of 2.2 points versus last year, whereas the state posted an increase of 2.0. This next slide provides a similar view for mathematics, again looking at grades 3 through 8. Again, Baltimore City is that bottom row that you see listed here. And here, arguably, we are flat and not showing any statistical significance in our performance versus the prior year. Now we see the views for the high school assessments. First one is ELA 10. Again, as you'll note, while Baltimore City is at the bottom, there is an increase there to the tune of 2.3 points. And last but not least, looking at Algebra 1 performance, that's also showing a flat, so no statistical significant increase versus prior year, and here with 9.1% of our students meeting the proficiency requirements. At this point, I'm going to transition to Dr. Wan and ask him to share with us some of the highlights as it relates to school level performance.
As Dr. Santelises mentioned, we were up in the number of schools who achieved positive growth from last year to this year, up from 90 to 105. We were decreased slightly in math from 100 to 83. So that is the number of schools that achieved any positive growth. What we're depicting here is a benchmark we use of schools that achieved a growth of 5 or more proficiency points from last year to this year. We are down slightly among the number of schools who achieved this in ELA and math, more significantly in math. However, that is qualified by the fact that we came off a really fabulous year of growth in the previous year, and we still have a large number of schools that are achieving this really exceptional level of growth from year to year of 5 or more points. So we'll take a minute to highlight some of our schools that met this benchmark. We had 29 schools who achieved this 5-point growth in ELA. Those are depicted in front of you on the map, and we can see that those schools are located all across the cities in areas of different economic investment, as shown in the shaded parts of the map in front of you. We also had 6 schools that achieved really outstanding growth of double digits, more than 10 points of growth from last year to this year. That was Western High School, Elmer A. Henderson, Mary Ann Winterling, Northwood Appold, Arlington, and Poly. Smaller number of schools achieving this level of growth on our math assessment, as is mirrored by the district results overall. We have 10 schools that achieved this distinction of 5 or more points of growth from last year to this year. 2 of these schools, again recognizing them for achieving truly outstanding growth of greater than 10 points. Those 2 schools were Baltimore City College and Federal Hill Prep. Another way we'll look at growth is to use what we call a student growth percentile, and we received these results from MSD for the past 3 years. This compares at the student level how much growth students at a school achieve versus similar students across the entire state of Maryland. So an average SGP would be about 50. You're roughly growing more than half the students and less than another half. So when we see schools start to get up into the 70 and even 80s range, that's representing that the average student at their school is outgrowing 70, 80% of the kids statewide who start in the same place. And that's really remarkable and really difficult to do. So we've highlighted schools here who achieved this over the past year in ELA. And I would also like to call out Empowerment Academy as achieving this in both of their ELA 3 to 5 and ELA 6 to 8 grade bands. Again, in math, looking at our SGPs, we have a number of schools, 8 that have achieved greater than a 70 median SGP across the school district. Wolf Street Academy, extremely high, 85 median SGP. That means their average student is almost beating, 85% of their peers across the entire state of Maryland. Lastly, we'll close by just providing a brief overview of how some of our student groups did over the past 5 years of testing on parks. What we can notice first, looking at ELA test scores, is that the achievement gap is stubborn and persists in Baltimore City. We have seen growth in our white students of about 6.1 points over the 5-year period. That's measured against growth of Hispanic students of 4.4 and African American students of 1.6. When we look at students who receive special services in ELA, we saw our English learners are up 3.6 points from our first year of park testing, and our students with disabilities up 1.6. When we look at math scores, again, consistent with the district overview Teresa provided, levels of proficiency are slightly lower than they are in our ELA tests. We see that our white students have grown 10.5 percentage points from first year of testing, measured against a 3 percentage points growth in Hispanic students and 1.8 percentage growth in African American students. Our English learners are up 3.3 percentage points, and students with disabilities up 0.9 percentage points since the first year of park testing. We have posted a data file to the website for folks to download if they wish to look at this in more detail with all of our school level results and student subgroups. And we will also be presenting more in-depth deep dive presentation to the Teaching and Learning Committee on October 1st.
Great. I just want to thank Teresa, Chris, your entire team for just the quick work and turnaround on this. When the scores landed, they had very little time to turn it around. I can say now that the embargo has been officially lifted. They actually weren't just preparing it for today, they were preparing it for last week at our Leadership Institute, at our August Leadership Institute. We actually provided some of this analysis and additional analysis as a way of grounding ourselves in the work and the landscape that we actually have to do. So I want to thank them for just the quick turnaround, the thorough kind of first set. And again, and I just want to stress something that Commissioner McFadden said at an earlier point, and that is that this disproportionate performance is stubborn. And Chris actually said this as well. It is stubborn. It is something we have to address and tackle within Baltimore City. We are still very thrilled. We've had a good response with some of Dr. Durant's early work within the Equity Office that we believe will grow. And we are focusing in on that within the city. But I will also just add, it is a state challenge, and it is a national challenge. This is not unique. This disproportionate achievement is not unique to Baltimore City, but that will not keep us from remaining focused and steadfast on closing that. And so again, I just want to thank both Teresa, Chris, and the entire Office of Achievement and Accountability for absolutely quick turnaround. Not that they would say it publicly, but yes, there were no beach days after when this data got released because they were crunching the numbers. So thank you. Please, Commissioner, please.
The data that you use to compare Baltimore City's growth with the rest of the state, does that in any way take into account the fact that 50% of the state's poor live in Baltimore City? Is that in any way factored into the comparison between our district and the challenges that we face uniquely in Baltimore versus some of the other districts?
No, it's not. And that's also something we've, called out with the Maryland report card, and that it also, doesn't, really look at it in that way either. So we're in the data we've presented, we're just looking at the change, from one year to the next. It's not adjusted or compensated for any way by different levels of poverty in LEAs or in schools.
However, I would note, if you take a look at the student growth percentile, because the student growth percentile is based on the student's prior year scale score, to some extent, there is some level of consideration for the poverty level, because we also know that there is a strong correlation between the absolute performance by way of the scale score and their poverty rates. So in that regard, there is a relationship there, because you're essentially taking a student who is at that particular level before, and there are more students that would have been at those lower scale scores that would have also have had higher rates of poverty. So while it doesn't manifest in just looking at proficiency rates in the way that those are being presented,
Right.
there is some consideration through the calculation of an SGP.
Right. Thanks, understood.
Just point of clarity for me. Can you go through that whole correlation thing again? Thank you.
Sure. So one of the things that we found with not just the PARCC assessment, but generally speaking with standardized tests, is if you look at the absolute performance on the test, students that tend to be in higher poverty circumstances tend to score lower. And so one of the things that we are always mindful of whenever we report out on proficiency rates is that we try to actually control for that so that we can give more of a fairer comparison, so that you're not taking students that are quote unquote, in more affluent environments that are being just compared directly with students that are in more higher need areas. But the reality is, if you just look at proficiency, it doesn't tell the full story. And so there are a number of different ways, methodologies that can be applied to try to give that at least some consideration, so that as you're looking at performance, you get more of a similar comparison, and that can be done student by student, and it can also be done school by school. So if you recall, when we've looked at how do we look at school performance, we started using a methodology called nearest neighbor as one of the way to take student characteristics into consideration as we think about how schools are performing. Again, it's a step in the right direction, but it doesn't fully account for all of the intricacies around those circumstances. So the reason that I made mention of that related to the SGP is because that is one of the measures that we do have that looks at it at a specific student level, that does give you at least some sense around how students that are coming from similar starting places are performing relative to their peer group.
B, is that sustainable? Some say a school gets 70 or 85 or whatever the number is. Is that sustainable, or is it like a one point in time type of situation?
It's an excellent question, and that's one of the challenges when you think about the potential mobility of a student population. So every year you're giving the assessment, you're dealing with a new set of students. So in terms of being able to look at how well a school is performing over time, those schools that tend to have consistent systems and structures and high levels of instruction being provided year on year tend to see more stability around those growth rates. However, there's no guarantee, because the student population also changes, and depending on how high your mobility is, that can also have more of an impact around how your SGP may change from one year to the next. So it's one of the things that, again, it's more nuanced, because it is giving you a sense around what's happening at the school level, and there are a whole lot of other factors that can have an impact as it relates to student level growth from one year to the next. One of the reasons that we continue to take a look at it is because it does tell us something that's noteworthy. Because again, in this case, we're looking at the data versus all students across the state, so it's not even just within Baltimore City. And the other key consideration is, as we've started looking at these SGPs over time, we do see that there are some schools that have pretty consistent high growth rates, which suggests that those schools are doing something very noteworthy.
Great, thank you again. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, one more question. The 5 percentage points that you picked as a metric, where does the 5 come from?
So there's no real magic to the number 5. One of the things we've done is we've taken a look at sort of what I would call the natural breakpoints as it relates to the data when you take a look at increases around Park. One of the other key considerations as we started looking at this the last couple of years is thinking about percentage increases over time and what seems like a reasonable benchmark. So again, there's no magic to it. However, when you take a look at how difficult it can be to move a Park score, 5 points is pretty telling. And if you just take a look at the increases that you saw year over year, in most cases, you're not seeing increases year over year that break 2.23 percentage points. So the fact that you have schools that are getting 5 percentage point increases in a single year, that's worth holding up and considering.
Again, I just want to say thank you and for all of the team's work, the pace at which you did the work, and there will be more to come. And just a reminder of something that you all said, it is one of the reasons that we look at both growth and absolute performance. And I do want to stress that every year we have outlier schools that are outperforming their peers across the state in terms of how they grow. So it is a combination of absolutely looking at proficiency, but also looking at growth. And we do have schools every year that are breaking that. So thank you again, you all. Finally, I am looking forward to another year of growth as we open our schools next Tuesday to start the 2019-2020 school year. We had probably anywhere from 5 to 7 schools, I believe, open this Monday. KIPP opened. We had Mary E. Rodman and the rest of our 100% schools, Commodore John Rogers, James McHenry, Hartford Heights opened. I had the chance to go out yesterday and visit a small section of those schools, and I will just say the energy is palpable. Parents, again, regardless of neighborhood in this city, at this time of year, I don't see unhappy kids, save perhaps some of the Santa Lisa's girls who want to hold on to their summer as long as possible. But one of the great parts about being able to get out and see is the level of anticipation. And I want to thank all of our staff, our principals, custodians, our operations team, our 21st Century team, the schools office, just for the buzz of activity with a singular focus of making sure our families, our students are welcome, feel the excitement of returning back to school. I would like to encourage families to check their school's bell times. Make sure your students have all necessary inoculations. If you have concerns about that, please go to our website for numbers you can call where we can connect you and make really doubly sure. I want to emphasize that your student is in school on time every day this year. One of the data points we did not share tonight, but that I did share last week at the Leadership Institute, there is a direct relationship between the amount of time young people are in school and their performance and their academic growth. So we can't emphasize enough the importance, families, of doing all you can do, working with your school communities, your child's teacher, your principal, to do what we can to support you in making sure that we get young people to school. I just want to also say that again, I will not, have this meeting on the first day of school, so I want to wish everyone across the district a happy first day of school. I will be out and about, and I am never cease to be amazed at, principals who I go by on the Sunday before school. They do not have to be there. They are teachers who are putting up the border, which I will tell you, if I had to do a bulletin board contest right now, I am sure I would lose. I think I've lost all my bulletin board skills. But people are out and about, and I want to thank everyone across the district for the push to really open schools and open schools well on what I know will be a very successful school year coming up. And with that, I turn it back to Commissioner Chinia.
Thank you, Dr. Santelises. Just two things from what we heard earlier. Mark your calendars for October 1st if you would like a more detailed, discussion around the park scores, because it will be very detailed and it'll be at Teaching and Learning. But you didn't mention, I thought you were going to mention two special days that are happening, like tomorrow and Thursday.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Chair Chinia. Oh, see, and now she's going to give it back to me. She actually should do this. Thank you very much. We also are very excited, and I want to thank the board chair for reminding me. We are very excited that we will have ribbon cutting ceremonies on two new 21st century school buildings. Arlington Elementary, and then the second, why am I blanking? Oh, Reach, thank you. Very good. The Claremont Harford building tomorrow and Thursday, and we're very excited for that. We invite folks to come out, celebrate with us. If anybody, and they're both at 10:30. Thank you, Chief Perkins Cohen. So they're both at 10:30. We welcome you to come out, celebrate the hard work of, frankly, the community advocacy on behalf of our city's children is what has yielded the fruit of these buildings. So please do come with us to celebrate.
Okay, I just want to make sure we said that. Okay. We're going to make a slight adjustment, and we will move the information and discussion items, but I want to move ahead because we promised to get to our public comment in a timely fashion. First, I need to review the consent agenda. We usually do this prior to public comment in case, just to review that, and then we'll come back to it in case some things should change. So I'm going to start with the items in 8, and we first one is 8.01, which is the 2020 supplemental appropriation. Okay, we are going to pull 8.02, which is policy GCO. 9.01, policy for student organizations. I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong thing there. Sorry about that. I'm moving to procurement. 11.01. It's been asked to be pulled. Okay. 11.01 is, I don't pronounce, Desilu Financial Consultant, LLC. So if staff will be prepared for that. 11.02.
Chair.
Commissioner McFadden, did you pull? I'm sorry, Commissioner Reed.
Scope, needs, and expectations.
Did staff hear that one? Okay, thank you. Scope, needs, and expectations. 11.02, Maryland Clean Energy Center. No, I'm asking, if you tell me you want to, fine. If not, I'm just reading through. Okay. 12.01, College Board. 12.02, Junior Achievement of Central Maryland. 12.03, Curriculum Associates, LLC. 12.04, Barnes and Noble Booksellers and the Book Rack Assorted Books and Reading. 12.05, Code in the Schools. 12.06, Elevate to Baltimore.
Poll, please. I don't need a presentation. I just want an individual vote on that one.
Okay.
Consent.
Okay, we don't need I hope folks heard that. No presentation. We need a vote for abstention. 12.07, Saga Innovations. 12.08, Baltimore Child First Authority. 12.09, Focus Care. 12.10, Middle Grades Partnership. 12.11, St. Vincent de Paul of Baltimore. 12.12, Catapult Learning. 12.13, Smart Start Education. 12.14, Baltimore Symphony Orchestra. 12.15, Wide Angle Youth Media. 12.16, Art with a Heart. 12.17, Playworks Education Energized. 12.18, Youth Sports Program. 12.19, New Vision Youth Services. 12.20, is that CTT Educational Consultants. 12.21, New Fit Kids. 12.22, Baltimore Curriculum Project. Yes. Is that for a vote or? Yes, okay, for a vote. 12.23, Board Certified Applied Behavior Analysis. Okay, and then 13.01, Aon Consulting. Okay, can you?
You need a presentation. It's a lot of money, and where's it going?
Okay, presentation, where's the money going?
Where's the money going? Please, thank you.
Okay. 13.02, School Business Management Support Services. 13.03, SAS Institute. 15.01, Good Companies Incorporated and Republic Services Baltimore. And it's 18.01, Whiteford, Taylor, and Preston. And 19.01, Access 411. All right. So do I need to repeat the ones that were pulled, or did we get them? 11.01, 12.06, 12.22, 13.01. Did I get them all?
And
All right.
8.02.
And I'm sorry, 8.02. Yes, okay. With that, then we will move to public comment, and I have a, yeah, okay. I have a request, so I'm going to start with Public School Administrators and Supervisors Association, Mr. Giddings, President.
Is the mic on? Good evening, Board of School Commissioners, Ms. Chidia and Dr. Santalese. My comments are going to be very, very brief this evening. I want to make it very clear to this board and to any union members sitting in the room. In my 18 years as president of the Administrative Union, I publicly supported every union's need during my time as president of this union. My first obligation, and it must be understood by this board and the public, my first obligation is to the administrators of this system, and furthermore, my most important obligation is to the children in this system that we all stand up and speak for. The reason I'm saying this is because the Executive Board of Piazza did a survey of its principals concerning unannounced observations. I want to make it very clear that 80% of the principals in this system feel as though there should be unannounced observations. That this puts me in a very, very precarious situation. I have to support our principals, and I respect the needs of our teachers. But again, my first obligation is to the students in this system. I make a recommendation to the board that if we're going to go along with unannounced observations, I recommend that there only be one a year instead of the 2 that have been recommended. Again, this is something in my heart that I have to say to this board. And I hope that the BTU understands my situation. I represent principals. Again, my first obligation is to the students in this system. And I feel as though unannounced observations during the course of the year would benefit our students. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Giddick. The other special groups we have the Special Education Citizens Advisory Committee. Is Ms. Phillips here?
Good evening, Dr. Santalisa and the Board of Commissioners and everyone that's in the room. Good evening. I know last year when I first came, I talked about brink of something great here in Baltimore City Schools, and I still believe it. My name is Sheila Billups. I'm a Special Education Citizen Advocacy Chairperson. And I had my executive meeting last night, and we came up with 3 C's as our theme for this year: connect, collaborate, and communicate. And out of that, we've decided to focus this year on 3 major areas in the school year: curriculum, instructions, to ensure that the students with disabilities have the access to the core curriculum and the appropriate interventions centered around discipline and the staffing in those areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips. Our next special recognized group, the Baltimore Teachers Union. I have 3 names listed for this portion. Cynthia Solquist, am I pronouncing that correctly? I hope. Corey Gaber. And Fariha Wahid.
Yes, that's correct.
It helps.
Do you want to go first, or do you want me to? Do you want me to go first?
Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Fariha Wahid. I work as a special educator and as a lead math teacher. Today, I will present research suggesting that policy GCORD will have a negative impact on teacher satisfaction and teacher self-efficacy, and ultimately not achieve the intended goal of improving student achievement. On a survey conducted by the Baltimore Teachers Union, over 99% of teachers said they are opposed to surprise observations. In talking to teachers, as you will hear during public comments, a trend that emerged is that many educators have mistrust of their administrators. This mistrust has the potential to be amplified if this policy is passed, as it provides administrators with a powerful tool that some may arbitrarily use to remove teachers from their building. Researchers report a correlation between trust in their leadership and job satisfaction, and that is Kuhang and colleagues 2017. They even suggest that job satisfaction is associated with organizational performance. Meanwhile, there is no research suggesting that the inclusion of surprise formal observations improves teaching practices. It is concerning that this policy is not grounded in empirical evidence and may even inadvertently reduce job satisfaction and teacher quality. The context that we work in is challenging. The achievement statistics of students attending low-income districts are stubborn and persistent, as students often have wide academic and opportunity gaps, according to LaCour and Tissington 2011, in addition to high rates of trauma, according to Hucho 2014 and colleagues, and along with disabilities. An educator's effectiveness also increases over the first few years of their career, according to Kinney and Podolsky 2016, However, this district has a quarter of its teachers leaving within a year and half of all teachers leaving by their 4th year. The problems of teacher effectiveness and student achievement in this district are incredibly complex, and they are rooted in the supply and demand of teachers, racism, systemic oppression, and external reform culture. It is going to take research-backed solutions, innovation, and all of us working collectively to improve student achievement. Nelson advocates that leaders must build collaborative and equal partnerships with those closest to the problem, in this case, teachers, in order to find workable solutions. Nelson, 2017. The Baltimore Teachers Union urges the board to halt this policy and instead develop a working group in collaboration with teachers, principals, students, the board, and the district to create an evaluation system that aligns with each stakeholder's needs, along with the policy's stated goals and along with a district that is truly embracing restorative practices from the top to the bottom. Only then will it be possible to come up with a holistic plan to improve teacher effectiveness and subsequently student achievement. Thank you.
My name is Corey Gaber, and I am Vice President of Elementary Schools in the teacher chapter of the Baltimore Teachers Union Executive Board. And we've sent you a whole bunch of research. We've emailed you a billion times with alternative ways that we think would achieve the goals of student achievement, different ways that we are willing to work with principals, with the board, with the district to create more opportunities for principals to be inside of classrooms giving valuable feedback that will improve student achievement. So I don't want to go over those redundantly for things you've already heard. Instead, I'd just like to take a step back and think about this moment in time where we have an opportunity to change the way historically has been the relationship between the district, parents, teachers, students, the board, and how we all work together. And if we choose to move forward to push a policy that 99.4% of teachers oppose, what does that tell teachers about what kind of relationship the board and the district wants to have with us? And if we truly want a collaborative relationship, we have offered a way to do that. We'll have all stakeholders at the table, and we would be excited and delighted to engage in that process. And so the last thing I just want to say, as opposed to let's make a couple tweaks from what we have now and then just push it anyway, right? It would be that you don't launch a broken plane and then fix it midair, okay? So this policy, with the current way it's stated, with the current problematic rubric that wasn't made for single classroom observations, and the current context of city schools and the relationships between administrators and teachers will not work. So let's not launch this broken plane and then try to fix it after the fact when it's so high stakes. Let's instead stop, take a step back, and start over in a new sort of process that will sort of set the standard for our relationship moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Jessica Fauntleroy from PCAP.
Good evening, Dr. Good evening, Dr. Santelises, board members, and everyone that's in the room. My name is Jessica Fauntleroy, and this year I'm the vice chairperson of the Parent and Community Advisory Board. As we approach the beginning of a new school year, we wanted to provide you with updates on the work that our executive committee has been doing over the past few weeks to prepare. This has included strategic goals for the year, which we will be formally sharing at the next board meeting, connecting with partnering community organizations on ways to collaborate to improve the lives of city school students, scheduling our fall retreat for September 5th for new and returning members. We support the appointment of Ms. Linnea Cornish and Mr. Charles Smith as new members of the board. We have been interviewing candidates for an administrative assistant position to provide necessary administrative support. And we have been conducting outreach to engage and inform parents about PCAB at community events, including the district skating event and the mayor's back to school event. We will also be partnering to convene a listening session for parents and community on the proposed Trauma Responsive Care Act. Look for more updates after our retreat on September 5th.
Thank you, Jessica. Good evening, Dr. Santelises. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Shantae Guy, and I am the chair of the Parent and Community Advisory Board this year. PCAB would like to take a moment to share its position on two items. First, on the policy GCO, which is up for second reader tonight. Given that the timing of this policy's review was at the end of the school year and is now into the summer, we do not believe that all stakeholders have been effectively engaged, including principals, teachers, parents, students, and other community members. We do not believe that they've been given the opportunity to fully understand the policy or its impacts to our children. PCAB strongly recommends that the board votes to recall the policy to allow time for us to convene a session that not only neutrally informs the community about the policy, but also allows community members to hear the opposing views and perspectives of principals, teachers, parents, and students. A recall is specifically being asked for by PCAB because we don't believe that pushing this policy to a third reader would allow us enough time to convene and execute this type of facilitated conversation. We also believe that the provision of a recall allows us to allow you to make a more informed decision that is rooted in community-based decision-making around this particular policy. Next, on the topic of the open community schools coordinators positions, the PCAB Executive Committee was disappointed to hear that there's a requirement of an associate's degree for this job. Given the steps taken last year by Dr. Tracy Durant, the district's Director of Equity, we would have expected the district to post a position that would screen people in, not out. Given the responsibilities and the cultural competency requirements, both from a race and ethnicity perspective and from a Baltimore perspective for the community schools coordinator role, an associate's degree would screen out the very candidates who are best suited to do this job. The Government Alliance of Race and Equity has documented a guide around hiring best practices that don't favor dominant identities by emphasizing the need for formal education when those aren't required to be successful in role. Disproportionately, women and people of color have a more difficult time meeting these qualifications because of the systemic barriers. For obvious reasons, we are asking that you commit now to removing this requirement from the position. We're happy to take any questions that you have of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, I don't see where other signed up in advance, so we'll move to the folks who signed up for public comment. And first we have Rico Hodginson. I'm sorry.
Check, check. There we go. All right. I want to thank you for hearing us out tonight and giving us this opportunity. My name is Rico Hodgkinson again, and I'm a teacher at Hamilton Elementary Middle School. This is my 20th year in the city. I'm also the building representative for our school, and I'd like to think that Dr. Drummond, the principal, and I have a very good working relationship. This is my third year in that role with her. I won't repeat what's already been said by my colleagues. I'll just say what they said. Plus, I'd also like to share, and Mr. Chairman Chinya, I think you mentioned this earlier. You're right. We would all be in our rooms today, but we felt this was important enough to come out and speak with you. This morning, Dr. Drummond had a guest speaker for us in our professional development, and it was a speaker who talked about culture, creating a culture for adults in a school, children in a school, the school climate in general. And the message behind it was one of positivity, having a great attitude. Dr. Santelises, I heard you talking about the energy at the beginning of a school year and how we can just ride that wave. And when I came out of that professional development this morning, I think I can speak for everyone at the school. We all felt great. We felt good about the school year. We felt good about each other and what we were set out, our goals that we're going to set out to do. And we felt good about administration. We were all together. And it was a great vibe. It was a great energy coming out of that. I think this policy would be an affront to that. I think voting for unannounced formal observations, that doesn't even sound right. But to do that, this morning was about collegial culture. I think this policy would lean towards an adversarial culture. And our school doesn't want that. We don't have that. But I think, we can move forward with other discussions, as Corey said earlier, some other solutions, but this is not it. So I come here tonight to ask you to vote no on unannounced formal observations, and thank you for your time. Happy teachers, happy world. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to say it correctly, Mr. Hodgkinson.
Yes, thank you very much.
With Chinya, I have to make sure I pronounce other people's names right. Thank you. I'll try this again. Shelley Higgins. Did I get that one right? Okay.
Good evening, everyone. Again, my name is Shelly Ann Higgins. I am a teacher at Excel Academy. I've been in the system for 18, going on 19 years. As you know, Excel Academy at Francis M. Wood is an alternative school, and I'm here to echo what most of my colleagues have said, but I'm coming from the alternative perspective. Because apparently, in being in the system for as long as I have and being at the same school for as long as I have, I've noticed that alternative schools, when it comes to certain policies, do not get any considerations whatsoever. Everything in the system seems as if it's cookie cutter, and a lot of times that affects us adversely. So I'm here to speak on that behalf. And my thing is, in an ideal system, alternative schools would get some form of a differentiation when it comes to some of their governance or policies. But as I experienced in the past 18 years, alternative schools are held to the same standards, no matter how unrealistic some of those policies and standards are, as everybody else. For instance, the instructional framework is the kiss of death for alternative staff. Why? Because we're giving students who other schools have given up on. So they come. A lot of those students come to us with a lot of baggages, which includes but are not limited to maladaptive behaviors, social emotional problems, and trauma. And mind you, in an alternative setting, this is a high concentration of these types of students. We all know that these issues manifest themselves in a myriad of ways. So they act out. So there's a lot of issues in the classroom. So classroom management for a lot of the teachers may be a little, challenging. It says, according to the instructional framework, which is a tool used to grade a teacher's formal observation, all students should be self-governed in order for a teacher to receive a highly effective score, right? Most students at an alternative school lack this type of self-discipline. That's why some of them are there. doing an unannounced surprise formal observation in that type of setting is sure to net those teachers a definite failure. But if this is a motive that you're going for, then you'll be sure to fulfill your goal. My feeble advice is, if you are unable to account for all the exceptions and unfair variables that may arise with the unannounced observation, then I implore you to vote no. Thank you.
Next question.
Ms. Higgins, if you can come back for a moment. Commissioner Reed wants to ask you something.
Madam.
So how does an unannounced visit impact on the kid's ability to learn?
I think the unannounced visit is not for the students, it's for the teachers. I mean, like, you can come in my classroom anytime and visit. However, if, for us at the alternative setting, our observation is 50% of our evaluation. Because we don't have, I think there's the SPM, or SPP, I think that's what it is. But so yes, so they're not coming to see the students. So if the students are acting out, or if this, there's a challenging behavior. I remember once when I was observed, I got a developing because one student used a profanity when she was talking to another student, a friend of hers beside her. So, if on any given day, a couple more students may be saying stuff. If a principal comes in and observe that behavior, even though it's not affecting the classroom, they look at the rubric, the instructional framework, and I'm dinged for that, or another teacher is dinged for that. Does that answer your question?
So it's a principal-teacher thing, not a student thing. That's what you're saying?
I mean, it's all connected, I think.
Thank you. We have Keisha Goodwin.
Good evening, CEO, Chair, and board members. Today I'm here to speak on the IDP policy, the Individual Development Plan. The last time I reviewed the IDP revised form and policy, it mentioned an evaluator will monitor the execution of the plan instead of an administrator. I recommend that every word where it says evaluator, it should say administrator. An IDP plan needs to be monitored by administrator for similar reasons as an announced observation and evaluations. With that said, how will each requirement under the 70%, 20%, and 10% be weighted? For example, will the action steps be weighted equally, or are the weights at the administrator's discretion? Is there flexibility to discuss or challenge an unapproved course or PD by the administrator? What impacts does the IDP have on evaluations? Also, the requirement measures where the 70, 20, and 10%, if it hasn't been changed already, it says under those three bullet points, it has or, it has and, where you have to do all of those things to get to 70%. Whereas in the third bullet point, it has or. I recommend that everything that is required in the 70%, 20%, and 10% all said the same language. It should say or. There is no one-size-fit for addressing schools, yet you are proposing a one-size-fit IDP for BCPSS employees. How can that be? Also, I wonder, has the district met their 5% increase in test scores for all schools? Would that be a part of your IDP? And how are you held accountable if the 5% increase did not happen across all schools? The relationship between poverty and test scores is just a correlation, it's not a causation. And I'm constantly hearing, oh, there's a correlation between poverty and test scores, but it's not the causation. I came up in the 80s where drug really hit the streets, really hard in Baltimore City. And yet that was the closest achievement gap that Baltimore City has seen, was in the 80s. And poverty was also high in Baltimore City at that time. So I can't say that it's a question of poverty and how it impacts testing versus what is the resources and how is it being implemented in our schools. And let's start with the budget. Thank you. Any questions?
Okay, any questions? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Goodwin. I don't think we have questions, but thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Monique Dubai.
Good evening. Good evening, Dr. Sanalisas and Board of Commissioners and Board Chair Chenia and the Baltimore City Schools community. My name is Monique Dubai, and I'm the proud principal of Fort Worthington Elementary Middle School. I stand in agreement with the proposed board policy GCO for employee evaluations. As servant leaders, it is our responsibility to create the conditions necessary to support teaching and learning in support of all scholars. We have the amazing opportunity to improve the teacher learning process in our schools by being able to engage in authentic observations of teacher practice. Fine-tuning this learning process reinforces the leadership role which all staff play in contributing to student success. Principals and other qualified observers should be able to rate teachers based on observations of everyday performance, not just announce in advance observations that may not always reflect typical lessons and therefore don't allow for meaningful feedback from coaches. In addition, the proposed policy would also reduce the number of formal observations required for teachers who are consistently most effective, enabling our school leaders to focus more support where it's actually needed, with our highest need teachers. Please note that the proposed policy also reinforces the importance of all components of the employee evaluation system, inclusive of IDPs, individual development plans, mid-year performance reviews, and formalized post-observation feedback. These discussions are where the work of supporting strong instruction really occurs. I'll leave you all with a quote from Nick Lawrence, who's actually a teacher at the Bronx Academy for the Future. Quote, "Classroom observations are not a means to an end or attempts at the acting careers we never hoped to have, but a way of collecting information to help us do better work for the benefit of our children every day." Thank you for your time.
Any questions? Thank you, Mr. Dubai. Next I have Patrick, is it Ore?
Good evening, Dr. Hello? Hello? Press the button. Oh, sorry. I see the green ring. There we go. Okay. Good evening, Dr. Santalisas and members of the board. My name is Patrick Ore. I teach at Bard High School Early College. I'm founding faculty there. I'm speaking to my concerns about the purpose and the effect of this policy, both as a teacher and as a teacher mentor who's meant to improve teacher effectiveness. First off, the evaluation process should be an opportunity for teachers to learn what their strengths are and identify areas for professional growth. In this way, I think that evaluation should be an instructional tool for teachers to learn how they can become better teachers. And I have questions about how unannounced formal observations serve this purpose. Second, evaluation should be longitudinal and holistic. This is the basis of our SLO process, and I believe it should be so in all parts of the evaluation process. In the same way that episodic, unannounced, high-stakes exams would tell us very little about the abilities of our students, unannounced, high-stakes formal observations tell us very little, if anything, about the abilities of our teachers. Third, unannounced formal observations create a culture of fear that kill creativity and innovation in the classroom, experimentation that is critical in uncovering best practices. Fourth, from the administrative point of view, I understand how unannounced formal observations may seem like a reasonable tool for quality control. However, from the teacher perspective, unannounced formal observations behave similarly to UFOs that we are all familiar with. They appear out of nowhere, seemingly without rhyme or reason, leaving us all wondering what in the world just happened and for what reason. Finally, and I mean no disrespect by saying that, I teach through analogies, and I teach for vividness and clarity. Fifth, and lastly, and this is me at my most cynical, given the difficulty with which teachers have to negotiate the AU process to get credit for those AUs in terms of promotion and pay scales, to the extent that there was a class action suit, I think at least one, probably multiple, about this, I can't help but see unannounced formal observations as a policy-driven cost-cutting measure that undermines the process of promotion and pay raises built into our contract. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just teach.
Michelle White. I'll go back.
Good evening, everyone. I am Michelle White, principal of Western High School. As an administrator, I am keenly aware of the importance and the value of our teachers. I know that I cannot do my job without caring, thoughtful, dedicated teachers. They are the backbone of our schools, and it is my desire that we all, administrators and teachers, move forward together in a unified effort in this work. So, when I cast my vote in favor of unannounced formal observations, I do so with a desire to improve teaching and learning. Teaching for teachers and learning for our students, who should be at all times kept in the center of this equation. Unannounced observations will provide data that rightly assess teacher strengths and areas of growth as they occur daily. This will allow principals, coaches, teacher mentors, leads to coach teachers in a manner that improves teacher practice and student achievement. This data, or these data points, would allow us to better differentiate supports, putting our resources where they are most needed so that schools can get better faster. It is my belief that this process will help more teachers implement lessons every day, effective lessons every day, and as a result, help to close the gap between teacher and student success. We are keenly aware of the difference in this district between teacher highly effective and effective ratings and the student data that we were just presented on today. While I recognize that there are multiple factors that influence those numbers, we must understand that teacher practice is a top influence to student outcomes. I attended the last board meeting and I heard teachers' fears and concerns about the new policy, and I would like to reassure them that the policy does not empower principals to do anything that the current policy does not. The only difference is that teachers know when an observation will happen, and teachers do not know when an observation will happen. We are bound by the same framework. We will still evaluate instruction in the same way. This policy simply allows us to capture authentic practice for everyone. We know that teachers are doing their best. We want to help them get better outcomes for students. That is the spirit of this policy. If it will help teachers believe that this is not an I've got you, and help build trust between teachers and administrators, I propose that teacher evaluations include one announced and one unannounced formal observation for the 2019-2020 school year, or one announced formal and two informal observations as they currently exist. The purpose is to support and grow teachers to realize their full potential while creating the conditions that allow our students to do the same. I strongly encourage you not to wait. Our students need effective instruction every day, today. They deserve our best. That is what this seeks to accomplish.
Thank you, Ms. White. Okay, I apologize if you knew how you signed up that I skipped. At this time, Keith Zimmerman.
Good evening, Dr. Santelises, Chairman Chinia, members of the board. My name is Keith Zimmerman. I'm the attorney for the Baltimore Teachers Union. I initially was coming to speak about two rather technical matters, and I will talk about them. That has to deal with the policy changes, revisions to policies BLA and BLB. But we haven't, President Brown of the Baltimore Teachers Union asked me to speak a little bit to you about the unannounced formal observation from the point of view of the history of the teacher agreement. Most people on the board, probably everybody on the board, was not around at the time that this very progressive teacher agreement was reached, whereby we have a pay for performance set up. And teachers get paid according to the number of AUs that they accrue each year. They can only get an interval on the pay scale if they earn 12 AUs. And the easiest way to earn 12 AUs is through your evaluation. And there is grave concern that the purpose of the unannounced formal observations is to reduce the evaluation score of teachers, which will limit the ability of teachers to move on the pay scale. And if that is something that occurs, it will wind up being the end of this very progressive teacher agreement, which I think helps attract teachers. Moving on to the BLA and the BLB policies. The BLA policy has to deal with Section 4205 appeals. My comments are basically in yellow on the side, and it all has to deal with time frames, which I urge you to take a look at to make some corrections on those time frames so that they work out more fairly for both parties. With regard to the BLB policy, that has to deal with termination and suspension cases for certificated employees. And that's under Section 6202 of the education article. Well, the revision does not encompass anything addressing the change in the law that occurred in October of 2018, which provides a dual method for individuals to appeal dismissal cases. There is a provision where individuals can apply for arbitration, and there's absolutely no rule right now in BLB for it. I'm proposing that the board adopt a policy that includes the statutory regulation, the statutory rule allowing for arbitration. And my time's expired, if there are any questions.
Commissioner Frank has a question.
Sir, I was asking my colleague a question. Could the part where you said it would be an end to the progressive contract, I didn't hear that part. What were you referring to?
Yes, the concern is unannounced formal observations will wind up lowering overall scores because teachers have no ability to prepare for their observation. I mean, you're talking about a workforce that forever has been able to have a pre-observation conference, prepare for their observation and have a post-observation conference. That's extremely important when your pay is tied to it. What is being proposed will affect pay, and the teacher will have absolutely no ability to have no ability to prepare for that observation. So in addition to the fear factor, which you've heard from many of the individuals that have testified, this affects pay. And if it affects pay, and this progressive system that prior boards have approved of, and as this board has approved of, it's not going to work anymore if people can't get raises.
Anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Zimmerman.
Thank you.
Cynthia Solsquist, are you okay, I had you down previously. Okay, all right.
I wanted to give my members the opportunity to be sure that they would speak, and then take my time during public comment. Hello, for those of you that don't know me, I'm Cynthia Shoquist, field representative from the Baltimore Teachers Union. I was asked to speak this evening on the number of grievances we file per year regarding the formal observation and evaluation process. I can't. And I can't because we can only grieve matters of contract and board policy. As it stands, the formal observation process is currently not a matter of board policy. So when I originally saw GCO-RD, I was optimistic about it because it was last year's evaluation process, the observation process was the same, and it would give us the space to push back on administrators that were not implementing observations and evaluations with fidelity. This policy removes all of that process, the procedure that would have been in place. What I can speak on is the climate of fear that many of our educators work in and under every day. Whether it's warranted or not, it exists. You've heard it all evening. These are just a couple of examples. We at the office field these calls all day, every day. Board policy GCO-RD does nothing to dispel these fears. And what's more, the parts of the evaluation process that would have removed some of these fears, pre-observation conferences, post-observation conferences, in some districts they have mandatory times that the administrator has to stay in and observe for, clear procedure, those sorts of things are removed. There is no articulated process any longer for administrators or qualified observers to follow when observing our educators. Maybe it's paranoia or bias that leads me to believe that only the observation, that leads me to think of only observers that are not going to implement this process in a way to improve the quality of education in their schools or to help their teachers develop professionally. But the 99.4% of teachers that said this policy does not work for them leads me to believe that it's not entirely pessimism here. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Karaju, I'm not gonna try the last one. I'll let you say it for us, please. Buta.
Thank you. Hello, how you doing? All right, my name is Kiragu Buta. I'm a special educator at Frederick Douglass High School. Thank you. I'm also a parent of 3 students here in Baltimore City Schools. I live in the city, 2 kids at Thomas Johnson, 1 in the Ingenuity over in Mount Royal. I'm against the unannounced observations. I've been in Baltimore City for 15 years now as a teacher, and honestly, everything I've seen would tell me that this is something that wouldn't work, you know, for the teachers or for the administrators. For instance, I had an observation this year Very similar observation done by two different administrators in the same building. And one loved it, one hated it. You know, like complete opposite. Nothing was materially different about the way things went on in the class. But when you tie someone's pay to something that's this subjective, you're opening yourself up to a lot of nonsense. I was just outside in the hall speaking to one of the officers, one of the school officers. We used to work together at a school, and we were laughing about how they used to steal so much money. All right, and it disturbed me, you know, because I was like, we're in here talking about this, and we have like the Curran Commission coming, where it's about to drop millions of dollars into Baltimore City, and who here thinks that that will be done with fidelity, that someone won't steal? You know, and where are the steps that are being taken to actually have that oversight? So for me, I'm okay if people want to come in and see me. The door is always open, right? But I would feel more comfortable if the people who were also in charge had a similar type of discomfort that brought a level of fairness to the city. You know, so if you're in charge of $1 million budget and you're a principal, maybe you should submit your taxes. You know, maybe you should let somebody know if somebody's giving you a stipend, you've been put on this board, you've been doing these types of things, because we all know these are how these things are being done now. You know, we're watching things play out in our national and state, really throughout our government. And we're becoming like a laughingstock because we aren't taking these things seriously. We take all of our angst and we put it on those who are at the bottom of the rung on the front lines. So I would just ask that we try to take have a chance and listen to the union, work with them, take recommendations, and have this be something that we do together. Something that actually could make a better system for all of us. And that we aren't just having a management mindset where we're doing things from top down, you know, and that leads to like dropping bombs into hurricanes and stuff like that.
Thank you. Thank you. Our last speaker to sign up is Brian Mosier.
The green light would be the indicator. Thank you. Brian Mosier, ESOL teacher and member of the new executive board. I'm not sure if there's any evidence. I don't know how the board got to this point. Any evidence showing that unannounced formal observations are going to make a difference in student outcomes? Maybe that needs to be clarified. The teachers in the teachers union have said nothing about opposing informal observations. We welcome that. We want administrators in to see what we're doing on a daily basis. And that is truly formative. When we measure our students and we talk about the difference between criterion-based and norm-based assessments, that would actually be more consistent with what we want for teacher performance as well. Informal observations and feedback. At this point in particular, with record high teacher burnout, with teacher turnover consistently undermining the relationships that foster better student outcomes, both academically and socially. And with socially, we're talking about the hidden curriculum, things that aren't measured or even mentioned in any kind of contract. Unannounced formal observations will drive an unprofessional wedge between even the best-intentioned administrator and even the most highly qualified teacher. It will undermine the professional and dedicated instructors who have endured and overcome several of the repressive variables you know exist within our largely impoverished student population. This is not the way to go. We have to establish more trust between the administration and the teachers. This morning in our schools, we're talking about restorative circles and restorative practices. And the element of trust was apparent that we try to establish with our students. would it not be the same for administrators and teachers? I would argue it'd be contradictory if we take this step. Dr. Santelises, earlier you said that all the students in the city feel excited when they see teachers and they're ready to come back. And you said regardless of neighborhood, and don't know that I would agree with that. But I know one thing, that when these students come back and they see teachers that they remember and they've established relationships with, they're going to be more excited to come back. They're going to feel more comfortable in that classroom. And so teacher retention needs to be a priority, and unannounced formals are not the way to do this. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm sorry. This time we're going to move back to the consent agenda. Unfortunately, yes, Ms. Trueheart, our policy for public comment is 10 people who sign up, and that's what the 10, that was the overriding. Okay, I will refer that recommendation to the policy committee. At this time, we're going to look at the items that were on consent agenda that were not removed from the consent agenda. Am I correct with that one? I'm lost at this point. Yes. Yes. So is there a motion for those items on the consent agenda that were not pulled? Commissioner Hassan, seconded by Commissioner Bondima. All those in favor? Okay. Commissioner Brooks, Reed, Hassan, Richardson, Chinya, McFadden, Bondima, and Berkeley, I know. I'm sorry. And I will allow the board exec to count what that was. We have one absent, if you don't mind. Okay. My brain is still full of.
8 in favor, 1 absent.
Thank you, thank you. I'm still processing. This is, okay. Okay. So now we're going to take a look at those items that were pulled, and the first is the second reader for policy GCO, Employment Evaluation Board Policy.
Good evening again, board members. Jeremy Grant Center, Chief Human Capital Officer.
Good evening. Jessica Papia, Director of Employee Effectiveness with the Office of Human Capital. Okay. I just want to check. Good. Okay. Sorry. We're here to present for the board first reader of proposed board policy GCO, Employee Evaluations. Can you hear me okay? Okay, good. Yeah. Oh, no, it's great. Sorry, I was just jumping in. I know there's a lot of discussion. So for GCO, as you see outlined, the board policy is accompanied by several regulations. These encompass items including individual development plans, or IDPs, mid-year performance reviews, performance improvement plans, and evaluation review and update requests. Also, it certainly does include GCO-RD, which is the proposed regulation around formal observations of certificated staff. One thing I just wanted to name is that our intent for bringing this policy and this series of regulations forward is to ensure that we operate and communicate transparently. Every employee across the district deserves to understand the expectations and the purpose for their evaluation and to understand the milestones involved to support reflective performance development. We spent most of our time with the board sharing details and responding to questions about one of the regulations associated with the policy, as I mentioned, Regulation RD. As the board considers the policy this evening, we are providing a fuller overview of what is in the proposal. The information we'll discuss about the policy and other accompanying regulations has not been changed since board first reader in July. We did want to make sure to give some time, though, to those other regulations as they look since July, and then we will focus on edits and revisions that we have made in response to feedback over the past 5 months regarding GCO RD in particular. Sorry. Nope. Thank you. Sorry, folks. Regularly, we receive feedback from stakeholders on topics that are related to how employee evaluations are experienced and received. Oftentimes, those topics are certainly related to evaluations, but they are not things that can be solely addressed through policy or regulation. Policy GCO is an opportunity for the board to give direction about our work related to all employee evaluations in a way which we have not had through policy before. PBS, the current board policy on evaluations as it is named and identified in our contract with BTU, is specific to BTU employee evaluations. We have an interest in making sure that all employees across the district understand the expectation and purpose of their evaluation. Once we have policy, this can shape how we support the implementation of employee evaluations. It can drive the implementation work, the communication, the training, and the support that it comes through our office and our partner offices across the district. When employee evaluations are implemented well, through effective communication and training, through objective feedback and developmental conversations, we can have a positive impact on some of these same factors we see listed, which surround employee evaluations. And the policy will help focus our work on how supervisors across our district will authentically evaluate performance, accurately and in alignment with expectations across all roles for employees in our district. I understand it is a lot of text and that folks have had the opportunity to review this. What I want to name about the purpose of our employee evaluation policy is that we have heard comments that employee evaluations can feel punitive. Nowhere in our policy purpose statement do we say it is our intent to punish employees by evaluating their performance. Rather, through policy, the board can establish an expectation that employee evaluations reinforce the leadership role which all staff play in connecting with, supporting, inspiring, and challenging students and contributing to each child's success. Employee evaluations include measures of performance, which can be uncomfortable. It is uncomfortable for me and for all folks when they're getting feedback on how they do. We mentioned about the time, the energy, and the commitment of staff members across all roles. It is hard to receive feedback. It can feel very vulnerable to receive feedback at times. But we measure what we value, and we value and respect our employees and the opportunity we each have to transform our young people's lives. Employee evaluations include moments of accountability, which can be uncomfortable, but we are accountable. Each of us is accountable to our students, the families and communities we support, and we are accountable to one another as colleagues and leaders across all roles and teams. When we get into further purpose statements about the employee evaluation as outlined in Policy GCO, we name and understand that employee evaluations should help us as an organization identify our strongest performers, determine areas of strength and growth, reflect and reinforce expectations of roles, and clarify goals and outcomes. This is true no matter the employee. We care about these as an organization, and we know that each supervisor also needs this information to do their job well and to support teaching and learning and our impact on teaching and learning from every seat we have. The second bullet I would just name that you see listed there is an update between Board Policy Committee and the first reader with the board in July. While the initial draft included that informing the continuous improvement of staff is one of the core purposes for employee evaluations, we also wanted to explicitly name the potential for employee evaluations to inform leadership and career development that go beyond the bounds of someone's current role. I want to pause for a moment and just share an example of what it looks like to implement guidelines that are outlined in the proposed policy, knowing that the policy focuses on procedural elements. Here you see an example of some of our work around a new evaluation focused on supporting the development and understanding the performance of our assistant principals. This is an exciting example of what some of the elements in the proposed policy and regulation can look like when the overarching intent around employee evaluations informs the work of design and implementation. This was a collaborative process with Pizzazza throughout school year 2018-19. We had bi-weekly work groups with leaders, research into other LEAs, and gathered feedback on drafts from a broad range of stakeholders. This results in a new evaluation that will allow us to distinguish our high performers and articulate expectations to support performance development. For example, the description of a continuum of performance for our assistant principals aligned to school leadership expectations and best practice identified through the PSELs will better allow us to support the development of the over 50 new assistant principals who have entered school leadership roles over the past 2 years. This also better allows us to distinguish and identify those assistant principals who are ready for future principal roles across our schools. I would just name here that stakeholder feedback is reflected in the draft board policy GCO. Since board policy committee, as you see here, we've worked to strengthen the focus on equity and transparency in the version that folks saw at the board first reader. We reinforced the importance of career and leadership growth, and I touched on that in a bit more detail before. We wanted to increase clarity, looking where we can refine language in order to do so. You'll notice that we've also referred to several board policies. One of them, BBA, also aligns with Maryland law, which identifies the board's authority to determine how certificated and non-certificated employees are evaluated. We've listed here a couple of elements, and again, I do just want to name, these are highlights from the board first reader presentation, those same versions, but they seem like really important highlights to make sure aren't lost, knowing that there has been a lot of intense discussion around GCORD. Namely, I'd like to highlight that through Regulation RA, which is about employee annual evaluations, the regulation gives authority for the district to pursue on and off evaluation cycles where employees do not receive the full evaluation each year if they've demonstrated consistent, strong performance. This is a topic which has regularly received very positive feedback across stakeholder groups. When I think about what Mr. Gaber shared, noting a shared interest in finding opportunities and ways to help administrators get into classrooms more often, we hear across all stakeholder groups that this type of flexibility may help to increase that time and capacity to do so. I would also note that an example you see here is we named in the mid-year performance review, which is GCO-RC, that there should be space for talking about performance across the full half of the year, and the intent that there would be discussions about data earlier in the year to inform these formative discussions. I want to now shift, because I know, again, this isn't been a space for most of the interest and the engagement and discussion throughout this board policy process. So we want to name and talk about now themes we heard in the board first reader discussion, many of which really did center around GCO-RD. As we have heard throughout the policy process, there has been consistent themes in stakeholder group feedback. Generally, teacher-level staff oppose the inclusion of unannounced formal observations, and generally, school leaders are in favor of including unannounced formal observations. In discussion with the board during first reader, there was a naming and a trying to hold that there are these conflicting interests from varying stakeholder groups. Other key themes were considering timeline implementation, and again, the varying stakeholder feedback on GCO-RD, the importance of regular, timely feedback for our employees, and ensuring GCO-RE, the regulation around performance improvement plans, highlights language about feedback and reflection during reviews. We had the opportunity in the time between board first and second reader for another window for feedback and opportunity to hear from stakeholders. Part of our outreach included sending links to the board materials and proposed edits that we were proposing based on discussion during board first reader to those who had engaged with us previously, either through their role as union leaders, through more of the structured advisory board groups, or individuals who had shared feedback in person or online. So you see here, ASCBC, the Charter and Operator-led Advisory, CCAC, PCAB, union leaders, and the varying feedback groups all received this outreach. We were asking for their feedback and response. Something I'm very excited to discuss and just to thank everyone who participated and helped to plan for this is that on August 15th, we hosted a public feedback session on proposed board policy GCO. A lot of the discussion, we really kind of grounded it in the purpose of evaluations and then spent most of the time on the regulation RD about formal observations. The structure was similar to other feedback sessions that we have had. And so prior to board first reader, we were able to facilitate 6 in-person feedback sessions. Again, this was an opportunity prior to second reader to again bring folks together. And this included board member participation, union and district leadership, and school leader and educator participants. The structure of this started with open discussion, and then we were able to create small groups for more intimate discussions and conversations about GCORD. Key themes when small groups shared back out with the group are listed here. They included, and I want to name this first, an appreciation for the process and opportunity for discussions with different stakeholders and board members. Other themes that were consistent, that we heard were consistent with other stakeholders who shared their feedback earlier in the process and over the past 5 months, whether in person or online. Some of those include a real highlight around the benefit of immediate feedback and having more informal observations of practice. Another theme was an acknowledgement that experiences are going to vary across schools. In small groups, and as we shared out more broadly, educators acknowledged and shared appreciation for the good practice and structure that they heard other school leader participants share. While this may not have compelled or changed the opinion of the educator participants, there was a naming and appreciation for good practice they heard happening in other schools, while potentially not feeling the same in their school, or that it could not be as positive an experience in another school in the district. We felt that it was healthy and important to have stakeholders hear from one another and acknowledge that there are many schools with healthy, supportive learning environments, while it may not be the case for all. A data point that resonates with me is that we heard back from more than 3/4 of our classroom teachers following a survey that was shared during the Declaration of Intent. Within that survey, teachers were asked whether they were satisfied with their principal's supervision and support. For every teacher who responded to that survey and said that they were dissatisfied, there were 4 teachers who responded and said that they were satisfied with their principal's support. I wanted to read some elements and quotes from feedback we also received from the online feedback that we kept open between board first reader and second reader. We received 21 additional responses, mainly centered around the purpose of employee evaluations and processes related to formal observations. You see here a quote from our only student participant, but so important, and it's why we started going way back to March, our discussions gathering feedback from the Student Advisory Board. The student just naming that impact that highly effective performance from their teachers has on them, on their classmates, and that is a theme that we heard when we were meeting with the Student Advisory Board and the importance of relationships. We also heard from 13 employees who identified as being affiliated with BTU. Most of the feedback was negative about formal observations. There was one teacher who said, unannounced evaluations will support authentic teaching daily. Teachers should be providing effective teaching practices daily anyways. If you're planning and doing right by our children, unannounced observations should be okay. I do want to acknowledge that we know our teachers don't just prepare the day of their formal observation. They prepare and they plan every day to teach our children. They should be able to get feedback, and qualified observers should be allowed to come into the classroom and give them feedback based on that planning every day. Okay. I want to get into now into details that reflect updates that we have made between Board First Reader and Board Second Reader. The most significant change since First Reader is within GCO-RD. We changed from a regulation that called for a transition to all unannounced formal observations to a regulation that now includes making permanent the first formal observation for each educator in a year will be announced. I appreciated Mr. Giddings and Principal White's comments that also touched on this idea of balance and being able to hold within a year the experience of announced and unannounced formal observations. We heard even from board members at First Reader an interest in balance and understanding that there are differing perspectives from different stakeholder groups, and we believe this strikes a fair and appropriate balance. This incorporates unannounced formal observations, which we do believe are an important part of evaluations and authentic reviews of performance, and is responsive to the concern we have heard from teachers about an evaluation that would not include any announced formal observation or opportunity for a pre-observation conference. By codifying the first formal observation in a year as announced, we are also removing the potential opportunity that the first time a teacher receives feedback during a year is during an unannounced observation for stakes. Another edit that we made to GCO-RD between Board First Reader and today's Second Reader is to explicitly name that it is a foundational expectation that employees receive ongoing feedback in informal and formative settings. We also name that formative feedback should be given within a reasonable amount of time of being observed. Now, PBS currently exists, and it provides a structure for formal observations for certificated staff. Earlier, there was a comment that we have removed boundaries around time that someone needs to be in the classroom. That language does not exist in PBS, so we did not remove it. Now, what we have done is while we maintain the timeline expectation from PBS for conferences that follow a formal observation, we added language here where it would note that formative feedback should also follow within a reasonable amount of time after an informal observation of practice. I want to name again that this is us responding to a common theme over the past 5 months from a range of stakeholders about the value of formative feedback and informal, regular observations of practice. Another element of feedback that we heard centered around having unannounced formal observations conducted by someone who may not have previously given the educator feedback or have visited their classroom prior to coming in for an unannounced formal observation. In the version you see today, and this is an update since Board First Reader, we strengthened the language in Guideline 7 to explicitly note that employees must receive formative feedback prior to an unannounced formal observation, and explicitly state that an unannounced formal observation will not be conducted by an observer who has not previously observed the employee, whether formally or informally. We have also, in GCO-RD, reinforced the expectation that formal observations should reflect regular employee practice. The regulation includes language which we edited in order to better address feedback that we heard that whether employees are able to meet the expectations described in our formal observation rubric without having had time to prepare first for that formal observation of practice. This language leans on and reinforces language we already have in training materials where we note that there should be a preponderance of evidence to determine an observation rating. This means a teacher performance would need to align with the majority of descriptors in the rubric. That is part of what we believe is reasonable about an observer who's been in the classroom for enough time to see the teacher perform in this way. In addition, we explicitly call out that observers should conduct unannounced formal observations when they would reasonably expect to see the expectations of the formal observation rubric. There are examples in a later slide that are based on specific examples we gathered through stakeholder feedback about some lesson types where you may not expect to see all elements of the instructional framework rubric. These include things like assessment day or a science lab day, or if students are sharing performance or working on art pieces. These are moments where most of the time is given to the student through the arc of a series of lessons, and you may not expect to see the teacher facilitating all elements of instruction in the way our instructional framework rubric outlines. But we do believe that while there are these examples, most days teachers will use questioning techniques to help students unpack their learning. We do believe that most days, teachers are going to facilitate clear, accurate content for students and their learning. We also believe that most days you are going to see, if you're in the classroom long enough, opportunities for student-to-student engagement. These are all examples of what comes from our instructional framework rubric. The last thing I want to note here, and it's a bit of a blend of updates across two regulations. One of them is with RD, and this is a place where we want to just make sure we're very clear. We updated the language in Guideline 12 to make it more explicit that if a teacher would receive an ineffective evaluation rating at the end of the year, there must have been multiple qualified observers. That is to help, when there are questions and comments before about bias, this is to help ensure that there are multiple trained eyes giving feedback on performance. The other update is to RE, again, the regulation around performance improvement plans, wanting to make sure we bolstered and responded to the board discussion around making sure evaluator feedback and discussions about employee reflection on progress is included and called out. The next two slides are quick. I did just want to name and show folks what a timeline looks like, because timing of this has come up often. And I would just say that in school year 1920, with the version you see in front of you, the first formal observation would be announced for all teachers and educators. That will continue through subsequent years if approved. The instructional framework work that we have been moving on, in which we received questions around even during discussion about board policy and gathering feedback on this. I would just name this year, teachers will experience formal observations with the same rubric that they and the qualified observers are used to, and they will experience a announced formal observation with a pre-observation conference in the beginning of the year as they are used to. So the change is more gradual, and we believe that that is appropriate and is in response to feedback. I only name here, and we've bolded, there is not a lot that is different for our BTU employees because we leaned on the PBS guidelines and expectation as a starting point as we worked through policy GCO. One thing that we will bold and note is that there is now that requirement, and adding a bit more teeth to the requirement of an informal observation prior to an unannounced formal observation, which did not exist before. I also want to name, because I think there was some concern about this or misunderstanding, we have not removed the requirement for a post-observation conference. We heavily believe in the importance of a post-observation conference to discuss performance, how the teacher planned, evidence and data regarding students' performance, and next steps for improved practice. These are examples. I want to reiterate that we all want formal observations that reflect employee regular practice. We want these to reflect daily performance and to be more accurate and authentic. The thoughtful feedback from stakeholders along the way has impacted the final proposal that the board sees today, and it also will heavily inform the guidance where we outline again these moments where unannounced formal observations may not be appropriate. And these specific examples come directly from stakeholders. The last thing I want to name is that there is such potential for authentic evaluations which drive employee support and reflective practice. We have heard folks today and through other feedback sessions over the policy process that folks say, come in any day, come in and give me feedback, see how I'm doing any day. There starts to be concern when that any day and that feedback is part of an evaluation. But it can't be that the only time we don't have an authentic view of daily practice is the employee evaluation. Those also need to be reflective of daily practice. It will allow us this opportunity to live out some of what we are called to do through the blueprint. This includes reflecting upon practice to lead to seeking out and applying new learning, collective sense of responsibility for our students' growth and success, talking about a culture where there is open professional practice and a commitment to continuous improvement, and ensuring the district leaders are able to provide support to people managers based on student and staff needs and grounded in authentic data. Thank you for your time. Certainly please let me know any questions.
Thank you. I think Commissioner Reed and I think Commissioner Frank I saw.
Thank you. And I'd like to thank everybody for the level of civility today. I mean, I appreciate it personally. But I guess one thing I see is one, a level of, or lack of trust, and the other is a level of fear. And then I look at slide 29. How do we mitigate that and try to increase the level of trust, lower the level of fear, so principals and teachers can be not 80% one way and 99% the other way? How can we do that?
Yep. Yes, it is striking, and it is something when we discuss employee evaluations. I would say that as a foundational space comes up often, and I think influences strongly what people share. I would also note that for the folks who have shared and elected to give feedback, it is likely driven by an experience or something that has led them to feel very strongly about this. When I think back about the When I think about the feedback we received through the about folks' intent to remain with the district, again, for every one teacher who was not satisfied with the support and supervision of their principal, there were 4 who were. But those the one that are represented there are important.
Excuse me, I'm going to ask the audience that we do need to hear the responses, and so I would ask, would you please allow us to hear the speaker? Thank you.
And then I would just say, like, how we do this is about culture and relationships, and I do want to name that takes time, and some of this is based on an experience folks may have had with a completely different supervisor, someone who may not be here anymore, maybe not always the case. It does take time. I think some of that comes down to leaning into brave conversations, honest conversations, and being vulnerable. I also think if something egregious is happening, we have to make sure folks are aware of the structures to raise that concern to the Office of Human Capital, through our school's office, so that we can address it as well.
Commissioner Frank?
Thanks. I have a few questions.
Sure.
Just the first is, you went through a series of slides that showed, I guess, the initial presentation, the comment, and the edit, which I thought was very helpful because it takes what is a binary choice away. We have initial presentation, it's either yes or no with formal or informal observations. I think what you're proposing is an unscheduled formal observation plus all of these responses that came from various public settings. In the presentation, there's an appendix section that continues to do that.
Yeah.
What's the difference between the ones that you chose to present and the 6 pages of other edits that resulted from the public participation?
Absolutely. I tried to use color as much as possible because I know there was a lot of material. If they are green, those are from our board first reader presentation. So that is where we explicitly walked through the updates to GCORD that had occurred between the board policy committee and board first reader. There are some that are blue, and those were work and responses to edits and feedback we received on the other elements of GCO and the regulation, and are reflected in the version that was shared with board first reader and board second reader. We wanted to make sure it was there, and it was also hard for us to make sure there was time to talk through all the ways that we responded to feedback, and knowing that GCORD had a lot of interest.
Is it fair to ask you about how many edits resulted from that process? Is it dozens or?
More. I would say it was very important to us to listen to feedback, and some of the edits are a word change, making sure there's consistency in like the term evaluator, supervisor. Right. Some of them were including definitions that had not existed at the policy committee, to make sure that there's more clear understanding of what terms mean across the regulations.
The presentations tonight, which I think were put out on board docs on Friday, at what point did the teachers and others who are interested in this policy change, when did they receive that information?
Yeah, so the proposed edits following board first reader, I wrote in my notes, I want to say we sent the initial email July 30th and asked people to give us feedback that way. We sent a follow-up August 7th, and folks also participated in the in-person feedback session to like see this as well, or to talk through some of our proposed edits. We provided a track change version of the document to show how we were thinking about reacting to comments we'd heard.
So, again, without expressing any judgment either way, what we heard tonight again was opposition to unannounced formal evaluations, but we didn't hear any, maybe it was a strategy, we didn't hear any response to some of the things that you recommended to address the concerns that have been raised. Is that fair to say?
Actually, could you say it again, because I just want to make sure.
I mean, what we heard tonight was opposition,
Uh-huh.
well articulated, against unscheduled formal observations.
Mm-hmm.
But those that testified and those that in fact wrote us, and I want to thank you for that, by the way, every email and every letter was read. There was not an attempt to comment on the things that you were proposing in response to the participation that's occurred over the last few months.
Mm-hmm.
Still against it. That's, so, another question I have is, and I guess.
Can I stop one moment, Commissioner Frank, because I'm not, I don't know if you wanted to respond, but I'm not quite following, because what I perceived from the recommendations that were given were the response to some of that.
Right.
So, I mean, is that what you mean,
No,
or?
let me just
Okay.
be clear, and I appreciate that,
Okay.
Madam Chair. I was saying tonight we didn't hear any commentary on the changes that were proposed. Tonight we heard the same response, which is opposition to unscheduled.
Okay, you mean from the public?
From the public.
Okay, and the changes have been posted, but we didn't
And
get a
that was my
response from that,
question. We
okay.
didn't hear any comments on it. I was wondering whether it's because they hadn't heard them, but you said these were out there for a while?
Yeah, I mean, sorry. I mean, the one thing I was going to say is that because we had the in-person feedback session and we are actively listening and responding to feedback, the final version of the of GCORD, I would just like name as probably the one that's most of interest, wasn't shared, for example, in the July 30th email. But what we did do was say, here are the things that we're considering based on feedback. Please let us know what your thoughts are about those. I would say that in that intervening time, that's where we received 21 additional survey responses. I also did not get feedback that was directly about those changes. I would say the themes continue, that it is a discomfort and a not wanting of unannounced formals.
What I was going to add, Commissioner Frank, is along the way, just to share what we heard, to be fair about what others have shared, is that they wanted to, certain stakeholders wanted to be very clear that they disagree with unannounced formal observations, period. We sought to get people to engage, to say yes, and if there are indeed unannounced formal observations, what might that look like? That actually led to some of the changes that we made when we think about parameters that were added to make sure that people couldn't abuse the change in the policy. And at the same time, we definitely heard from folks who said, I don't want to engage with the specific suggestions you're making because I want to hold firm on a belief that this is just, I'm against this period.
Thank you. May I continue? Or do you want to move? I think since this is about evaluations, we've heard a consistent theme about trust. And I mean, some of these letters give examples of why teachers don't trust administrators. In the business world, we have same issues with our supervisors, and we don't like it. But one question I have, you talked, I think, about a foundational expectation that this process would, of sort of expectations of principals and how they evaluate teachers. When you say foundational, I think this is a question. Will principals be evaluated on the way they evaluate their teachers? And will they be trained in ways that we've heard from some teachers that they don't have an issue with their principals? In other cases, they do. We're all human beings. So can we, number one, train, and number two, evaluate the principals on how they're applying their evaluations consistently, fairly, and achieving the objectives that everybody wants out of these?
Thank you very much for the question. So for the first piece about the way that principals are evaluated and would this be taken into account, I think again about design and implementation. Currently, our principal evaluation rubric includes specific indicators that are about their evaluation of staff. It explicitly calls out practice we expect, requirement that it aligns with guidance and expectations. So that is named as an indicator within their leadership framework. We provide data to the ILEDs so that they are prepared to have discussions with their principals. And I could share anecdotally of CLNs where in addition to the formal evaluation data and feedback on that, there are ILEDs who are requesting and reviewing informal observation schedules, examples of of informal feedback their school leader has given to an educator and giving feedback on that feedback. We certainly need to expand this good practice. But I do want to name that both the design of a principal's evaluation does include how they evaluate staff, as well as some of the work our principal supervisors are doing in implementation. I would also note that there is a component in the principal evaluation, which is the Val-Ed survey. It is 10% of the overall principal evaluation, and it is solely based on employee feedback about the principal's performance.
You mentioned evaluation, but does that also include training for principals and how they do evaluations?
Yes, and then for the question about training, so there's been ongoing work that we coordinate with the school's office, and there has been an investment. So I want to name that as something new and important, where we have increased our investment in the training for our supervisors. Specifically, I think about the online platform we procured with Power School and our ongoing relationship with Colleen Reyes to ensure and support and bolster training for our supervisors around evaluations, and in particular, a focus on objective, calibrated, formal observations.
And I would expand that it's not just regulated for principals, but it would be qualified observers as a group would be a part of training, and that's beyond just the principal.
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Chinia, can I jump in as well? Because this has been an ongoing conversation for my 2 years as I work with principal supervisors. Not just what they are doing individually with their principals around evaluations, but also norming across them so that they're not just looking at their, say, 13 or 14 principals, but they're hearing from other principal supervisors about what they're doing. These conversations are natural to some point, but they also occur systemically with myself and with the principal supervisors. So we are always trying to figure out what is the best norming way that we can ensure fairness across our schools. And I think Jesse did a very good job of explaining that there are components that are in the principal's evaluation. I just want to call out that as issues come up, those types of evaluations or those types of issues are reflected in evaluations. While the public may not see that, we take all of that into consideration when we give feedback to our principals.
Could I just also add that one of the data points that we've introduced probably the last 2 years, just in terms of our district-wide monitoring in looking at teacher retention rates overall, and just last week, I posted and discussed with school leaders, with school leadership teams, the data around teacher retention and the fact that we are watching that. And frankly, not to every principal's warm and fuzzy desire to have that data be counted. But I think part of what is also necessary is to have data points at every level, from both the principal level, the principal supervisor level, the school's office level, and the overall district level, where we're monitoring exactly what does that look like. And frankly, there are patterns, and it does feed into when the school's office, principal supervisors take into account school leaders' performance. That is becoming and has become an active part of the discussion.
Just one more comment, which is, I'm going to slip this in. My son graduated from Poly, and he's going to Drexel in about 2 weeks. But I say that because
Congratulations.
I say that because he went through Baltimore City Schools, and I want to thank you, teachers. He had the very best teachers that I could ever hope for in Baltimore City. Every single one of them was fantastic. They loved my child. They loved his friends. They cared for him deeply, and they took care of him. And he got the best education that he possibly could. And I know it's going on in every school in Baltimore. So to the extent if we're on sides on issues, we all love our teachers and celebrate our teachers and thank our teachers for what they do every day. And the last thing I would just say is, if we do implement something new, Madam, Dr. Santelises, Madam, I do think, getting back to this issue, we want to celebrate what we have accomplished last year with increases in PARCC scores, and that's such a great thing. And if we do implement a new policy, what we need to recognize is we've heard a lot of issues about trust. So that goes beyond this issue. But specific to this issue, I wonder if, at least in the next couple of years, we can put in place a best practice that would allow teachers to be able to speak freely and confidentially to someone in the system that would allow them to share their experience if they feel like it's really not what they should deserve. Something that recognizes we're putting something in place, we've heard concerns about it, there should be a response to that that allows teachers to express that in some way in confidence. Thank you.
Thank
Commissioner
you.
Trenier, just one question.
Okay.
Tonight, good evening, everyone. Tonight we did hear a lot about trust, and I just wanted to piggyback off of what Commissioner Frank has said. The teachers don't trust the administration. That's what I've blatantly heard today. So my question that I brought before you in first reader was that, is there a way that teachers are able to go to another certified observer, so that way if they don't feel comfortable with their principal or any of that nature, that they are not just subjected to just their principal, so then that way there's some leverage for teachers, because in that way, so that way they won't feel that they're just constrained into this having just one observer that's observing them in this type of manner.
Thank you for that question and raising that concern. In the regulation around RD, there's two things that it includes. One of them we saw in first reader, which includes a call out that the employee can request a third or an additional formal observation. And then this could be done by a different qualified observer. Sometimes I think people actually want the same qualified observer, or one who has already been in, who they might feel has more insight into their practice or they're more comfortable with, but we do allow that a name that as a request can be made. An edit that was made for today, and I apologize for not calling it out, so thank you. We included a new guideline in RD based on specific feedback and requests that we heard, to name that if at the time an employee is being told that they're going to have an unannounced formal observation, if something in our guidance does not already note that this is a significant disruption, this is a lesson you wouldn't expect to see performance, it could be something very personal and unique. The employee is able to say at that time to the observer, I would like to request that you reschedule this observation. So those are two things that we name in regulation as opportunities to give some of that I say bound back to the employee being observed. If they believe another set of eyes would be helpful, another observation would be helpful, or an observation at a different time.
Commissioner Brooks?
Partners of engagement, right? And so I heard that you sort of solicited through email multiple times so people could sort of engage with the survey. And then you also had some in-person formals. I know, for example, that there are some members that, constituents who are really, really central to an issue like this. Was there a way for you to track or to ensure that you got explicit feedback from every constituent group that was actually going to be deeply impacted by this policy? That's one question. And then the second question around sort of even the development of the policy. In terms of sort of, I know that sometimes while we're doing work, sometimes we sort of create something and then ask for feedback on it and then to sort of revamp it. Could you talk to me a little bit about sort of your process in terms of what would sort of co-creating a policy look like that was based on sort of the folks who were at the table and sort of deeply impacted by that versus sort of the other approach that you have taken?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the question. There's also a slide in the appendix. So it'll also just help as a visual reminder to me. I think number 24. So in terms of the question and how we engage with varying stakeholder groups, going back to the beginning, even prior to the May presentation at Board Policy Committee, we've identified here beginning in March discussions that we had with various stakeholder groups. They include those that are more formal structures, thinking about the various union leadership groups, thinking about various structures and advisory boards, thinking about students, parent community, advisory board. We had a discussion with the community advocate focus group. So this really was an outreach to folks who were focused on some of the work around Black teacher recruitment and retention, CCAC, et cetera. So I'd just say in that early outreach, March and April prior to the board policy committee, some of the questions we asked were philosophical questions to inform and guide our drafting. So we asked questions like, what is the purpose for employee evaluations? Some of the language you see in the purpose statements comes directly from and or is aligned to what we heard from those various groups. I think about questions we asked about, what does highly effective mean? What does effective performance mean? What kind of opportunities are provided and what would we consider for an on-off evaluation cycle? And we asked for, if we were to have and explore unannounced formal observations, what might that look like or what parameters would be included? So those type of open-ended questions and feedback we got in person and in the online survey was very helpful in the drafting stage. I'd also say, in addition to in-person and email, the online feedback survey, we leaned into social media platforms. And so we also opened up discussion through a Facebook Live in April. We also had a Twitter discussion. There was at Be More Ed Chat, so that there was also an opportunity to hear from folks, engage. And again, that was in the drafting stage where we could hear from folks' reactions to inform the initial drafts.
Great, and so thank you for that. One more thing, it's particularly in the selection of the criteria, the framework, the rubric, sort of how did that show up in this process, and how was that selected?
Thank you. For the instructional framework rubric, it was not part of this process. We don't have any of our rubrics formally outlined and delineated through policy or regulation. The policy and regulation are more direction and procedural. What we did do is we've been working across school year 18-19. We had monthly stakeholder feedback groups and discussions reacting to some feedback sessions and information we received from teachers and principals about the instructional framework rubric previously. So we engage with folks in a structure that was monthly in that nature. We also then used the summer for feedback sessions. We received a lot of support from new BTU leadership around making sure information was communicated to their members, so folks could give us feedback on some of the proposed updates to the instructional framework rubric.
So I didn't hear, like, how was it selected? So, like, when you selected who was involved in saying, I want this thing? And then were the stakeholders in the room engaged in that process?
So that you know, Commissioner, the instructional framework was actually developed probably now, about 8 or 9 years ago, in terms of the first iteration. So that process was about a year-long process. It took place actually while I was Chief Academic Officer. I think the piece that's being raised and has been raised, and Jessica certainly has heard far more of it for me, is what does the update, both in what the instructional framework says and outlines, and what in terms of updates that are needed, and with regard to the implementation and how the framework is actually used. But the framework itself was developed, like I said, probably 8 or 9 years ago, give or take a year.
Commissioner Hassan?
So thank you. Jess, you're probably in the least comfortable situation in this room today, so I just appreciate your being here. I would also like to thank the teachers for consistently saying that they welcome people in their rooms and that this is not about being observed. That's not the challenge, so thank you. I'd like to thank the principals that are here, as well as principals who have mailed us and talked to us, that they are looking at best instructional strategies for students and making sure that we're as functional as possible. With that said, can you go to slide 18 for me? This is an interesting slide. This is the first time this slide has come forward in a presentation. And I'm just wondering if there is urgency behind this, or if we could take the suggestion of PCAB, push pause, and spend some time working together to build trust, or if there is reason that we need to expedite this for the best interest of our students.
I think Jeremy, I interrupted him, so I'm sure he'll be excited to jump in. Urgency is an interesting question because every day is a student's day in third grade, in fourth grade, in 11th grade, getting the content and learning that they need. And that is something I think we feel across all decisions. And I know that is shared in schools, from a teacher's seat, a school leader's seat, the board seat here today. So I do want to just name as a beginning point urgency when we think that we can help to improve instructional practice and the teaching and learning for each child every day is one that we just can't get back. I want to name that. I would also say, in terms of timeline, we have had PBS for many years now. It has put the bounds that currently exist around announced formal observations. I think back to the policy committee public comment, there are some folks who shared they had been in feedback sessions I facilitated several years ago and a feeling of not being heard. And so I do think it is an interesting thing because the work around the instructional framework rubric has taken time to get us here, hearing people's feedback over several years. The work around trying to get to a place where observations are more authentic has been work over several years. And we believe it is important work. I don't know what you wanted to add.
Yeah. I just wanted to add back, if I can go back to the assistant principal example for a moment. We shared this just to show how different elements of this play out, even though the policy is mostly about procedure. And when Jessie was talking about this, she talked about the ways that over the last year, we have collaborated with various stakeholders about the development of a new assistant principal evaluation. And we did all of that within a year. For some of the reasons that Jessie is talking about, for the reasons that she said this is important when she was going through this slide. As she was sharing that fact, I heard some whispers about like that this didn't feel as collaborative. And what I will say is all of the things that we collaborated with assistant principals, we do that and more with teachers. There are some things that I've shared with you before where actually teachers sit at the table and make the decision with us. So things like what the components are of an evaluation, what the cut scores are for an evaluation. The Maryland State Department of Education, Maryland law says that we have to mutually agree on those things with teachers, and we do that. Other aspects of the evaluations, like the instructional framework, are things that we go through long processes to get input to inform that. That's why, I think I shared here before that we heard from the BTU an interest in not trying to implement an updated instructional framework for 2019-2020, and we listened to that and therefore said we have a foundational year. There were other stakeholders who said we need that update to go into place now, August, September, and we built in an entire year to say we want to go through a process of piloting it, of doing walkthroughs, of getting more feedback about how it actually plays out in the classroom. So we're doing tons of engagement. I think what's coming up here is there are certain things that are management's responsibility where we get input, but ultimately do need to make a decision. The assistant principal example, we didn't ever ask assistant principals to say that they wanted all of their observations to be announced, and no one could ever rate them on something they see outside of those days. There are other employee groups where the longstanding practice has been. I think Jessie at policy committee said almost everyone's evaluation is based on any moment, any time, the observations of practice. So I just want to put it in context that there are many, many aspects of evaluations for teachers that are very collaborative, and there are some places where it is our responsibility as management to make a decision after we've collected input.
Okay, Commissioner McFadden?
Is there a plan to update at least the Teaching and Learning Committee on the piloting of the new instruction or the revised instructional framework, the updates, the process, how it goes this year, perhaps in June? Is that something?
It's a great question. I will say we have, I can't remember which committee or if it is the board, but in February, we have scheduled an employee evaluation update.
Will that be enough time to, with the observation piece, would that be enough time to do that?
I mean, I think we wanted to bring in, knowing that, we were making changes to this policy and we haven't before in recent memory brought forward just a general update about evaluations. We timed it because of that. It could make sense for us to choose a later time when we can give a fuller update about the instructional framework updates.
I think the other piece is that it's also possible to have different points in time for feedback. So instead of approaching it perhaps as a fixed point in time for feedback, that we actually could outline a series of update points for the board at different points in the process, because clearly by February, to your point, not everything is going to be known about how things are rolling out. And I think that piece of being able to come back a couple of times, just given some of what I think the board's questions are pointing to, could be more than appropriate to schedule.
I think it'd be helpful.
Yep.
I'm going to just ask as a sort of a third way of looking at it, because we've looked at, I've heard suggestion perhaps prolong the whole process, or portions of it. And I'm still looking at, I can't even read the slide number. Slide 18, I'm sorry. And throwing out another idea, because I'm really struck by again, as Commissioner Hassan said, the openness for folks to say, come in my room at any time, which is, these terms are driving me crazy. I guess it was what we were calling the informal or the walk-through type. The issue is if there's really meaningful feedback that's coming from those. And so could a compromise or another route be to spend this developmental year as we're looking at the rubric to really focus around those with structured feedback, and before moving fully into the idea of one announced, one unannounced. It's sort of the preparation piece to moving there. It might help with the trust piece if people actually have some type of feedback and a conference around those to begin to try to build that. I will tell you the most discouraging thing that I'm hearing, and I'm a person that went to city schools, worked in city schools for almost 40 years. I am totally bummed out over hearing people talk about trust, especially teachers and administrators in buildings that are there for our kids. And if the adults in the building aren't feeling trust, believe me, the children are sensing that. I'm not saying this for applause. I'm really saying this because I'm feeling very discouraged by hearing us, the professionals, talk this way. And so perhaps that is a way for us to begin to build a trust and work together on the other piece that I continuously have looked at is the rubric. Either I don't understand the rubric correctly, or there's a misunderstanding in the use of the rubric by everyone, and perhaps this is the time that we can have some conversations around using that in a more realistic way as we look at revising it. So I'm just sharing that as another possibility.
So the only other piece that I would say, and again, the board is going to take, a vote on what the board feels the next step is. And whether that is a delay, whether that is some kind of coming together, I do want to say this, that at some point, whether we call it formal, informal, whether it's announced or not, this question is arising both, to your point, out of the need to build the capacity of school leaders to become expert in developing professional culture and being able to give quality feedback. And I think that there has been a forthright acknowledgement, not only from me, but from staff, but from leadership, that needs to take place. I will say that, and there is still a reality that remains. And that is what information in a brass tacks level is able to be used to formally evaluate performance. And that is not going away. I don't care if we have 2 years of discussion. This question about What information, you can come in and look at me all day long and provide feedback, but the question is still going to remain, what information can be used, even within a trusting relationship, for a final evaluation of performance? And what we have heard over and over again from school leaders is that when it comes to what can actually be factored into an evaluation, even from school leaders, right, who actually have good relationships with their, right, when I look at their teacher retention data, when I look at it over a period of time, when I look at schools that are actually growing achievement of young people, so let's put that back on the table, right? At the end of the day, just like I go through an evaluation with the board, right, and I do, and I got about 15 areas on my rubric, and I welcome it, and it's fine. But I will say, I just want to make sure that within the board's discussion, even if we extend feedback time, whatever the board decides to do, I just want to reemphasize that point of time is not going away. It's not going away. The decision about what information can be used, and there are just as many stories, and it is inappropriate because I don't think it characterizes the overwhelming majority of teachers in this district. The overwhelming majority of teachers in this district, when I walk in rooms, are frankly asking me, Dr. S., what did you see? What's your feedback? They do reflect the sentiments that we've heard about wanting people to come in classrooms. And principals are getting the push on what is your professional culture and how are you building trust. And it is an issue. And we do need to work on it. All of that is true. And what is also true is that at the end of the day, right, after a period of observation, what data is able to be used to determine the performance of any employee, any member of the team. And if it is only, and the piece that is trying to be addressed, and that's why there are adaptations, and I think that's why, look, we can take feedback, but at the end of the day, I mean, we had a similar discussion around curriculum. And at the end of the day, I had to make a call in the seat, even with the feedback, of when is it time to move or not. So whether we have this decision point now, or whether we have it in a year, I just want to let the board know that fundamental question is not going away. Whether we decide now, whether the board votes now, whether the board votes in a year. That piece about what information can be used, because there are instances where not episodic, where continual, right, practice, that because it does not happen at a given point in time, cannot be used as data. And that's just reality, and we're all going to have to work through that regardless of what the board's decision is. I just want everybody to know that the reality on the ground, in the same way that the trust is going to be a reality, that is going to stay a reality, because there are also cases where that is true. So I just want to put that out there. The board will have the vote, but I just want us to know that as we vote, we're not shirking that fundamental management responsibility that I am holding principals to. And when I walk through a building, when I see trajectories of achievement, when I see your teacher retention rates, I am still going to ask them that question, because it is still fundamentally a question about performance. So I just, again, whatever you all decide, that is the charge of the board, but that's not going away.
Go ahead, Commissioner Reed.
If we consider the idea of a third reader, would that be splitting hairs, kicking the can, or could it be more information?
I think that there is always a point, Commissioner, for more information. I think I have tried to be as attentive as the board in sitting and listening to the testimony of teachers. I have talked to teachers on the side outside of the public kind of framing of this issue, right? I've talked to teachers as I've walked through their classrooms, and I've sat at dinner, as I've said, with new teachers, with some veteran teachers. I've met with special education teachers, right? So I do think that there is always, the possibility an opportunity to get more information. And I think that that is part of the decision. And so I have respectfully listened because I think it's important. And I've respectfully reviewed and had conversations, right, even as the CEO of the district, and the team that actually knows it better than I are the team of people sitting in front of you, right? I'm not the expert on the details. The people that are there. But I will say that, yes, you can always have more information. My only reminder is that that fundamental issue is not going away, whether you have a third reader or whether you give a year and a half. We are still going to have to make a decision. And where the board decides, as is the responsibility of the board, is not going to, frankly, change what I am holding school leaders responsible for. But what they are going to have to say to me simultaneously, at the same time that they are accountable for their teacher retention rates, with all the prickliness that that is, at the same time they are responsible for the number of complaints or, grievances and everything else, so too, I am going to walk through and I am going to ask, what information are you getting that is contrary to, right, somehow what your evaluation is? And Chief Davis can tell you, and the principals who are here can tell you, I get on them all the time about, don't come barking to me if you're highly evaluating everybody that you don't have the team you have. And that is one of the things I say. So if suddenly everybody is highly effective and the team isn't moving, that's a leadership function. But I have to be able to give them reasonable space. And I think there is an attempt to be able to do that. But it is also possible that even in the joint construction, even if we were to scrap and do joint construction, I just want to point out that that is no guarantee that on fundamental issues of evaluation that there's going to be any change. Joint construction does not always mean agreement. That's why we all sit in different roles. So I just want to put that out there. I'm fine. Clearly, I go with whatever the board decisions are, and the board will make the decision. I just want the board to be clear that we're not skirting that fundamental driver issue.
I have Commissioner Bondima, Frank.
I think I almost forgot what I was going to say.
I'm
but-
sorry, I went
but
too
no,
long,
but-
Commissioner. My
but-
apologies.
No. I gained a lot from the conversation. And sitting here, since I will be a person who will be voting, I have to bring information that I've experienced and how I've experienced it. And in higher education and work with K through 12 at some point. In higher education, as a dean and acting vice president, I had to evaluate faculty. And I had 85 to 100 faculty under me, which was highly unusual in my area. And the one thing that we were always used to is that unscheduled, unannounced evaluation. And nobody liked it. And that's what we had to do. So that's the part I'm familiar with. And because it was done to me and for me and with my faculty. But what happened when we walk in and evaluate, our expectations were certain things had to be done and presented in the classroom. However, what happened after that, after evaluation, the faculty was given opportunities to make corrections, to allow the dean or vice president to come back into the classroom and reevaluate them to see if there were any improvements at different points. And we did that. It's always been that way. And what I've learned from my experiences, and I have to say, sitting here in the audience right here, people, I'm preaching to the choir right now. The people that probably need more help is not even here. I found that to be true, and you know it, and I know it. But I found that the faculty, when they realized that their scores or their evaluation was either excellent or good or poor, they went to workshops. They did all kinds of activities, professional development, to increase that, to make it better. And at certain points when it wasn't any better, it did affect their job, and it did affect a number of things, demotion and all of that. And this is across the board usually. I don't know if anybody ever taught or been working in a higher education, but that's the way that's. So my experience is that when you do an unscheduled evaluation, you learn a whole lot. And I also found that a good teacher is going to be good, excellent, regardless of walking in the door. They will be that way, and they know how to make adjustments when it's unscheduled. And that's just my experience, and that's not saying that anybody in here is right on, because I've heard from the principals, the teachers, from a number of people, and you are right. The trust issue is really being heard a whole lot. I get a lot of calls from people who have issues at their school and have to go to the union or whatever. So all I'm saying from my experience, and I listen to everybody's experiences, is that you have to look at both sides, and professional development. There's a whole lot of variables that's involved in making these decisions. So.
Okay, thank you. I have commissioners listed, but I'm going to say at this point, we're listening to folks a second and third time around. So after that, I'm going to check with Commissioner Berkeley and Richardson to see if you want to add anything, and then I think we're going to need to make a decision as to where we want to go from here. So I have Commissioner Frank, Hassan, Brooks, and Lynn.
I just wanted to ask again, I think the administration, Dr. Santelises and her team, did a good job in trying to respond to some of the issues around the edges. That there was an issue raised about, well, what if I'm using the Socratic method that day? I don't know what that means, but I read it in a letter, and will that really lend itself to the rubric? So that was addressed. So all these things were addressed. The issue of trust, again, I wonder if it's sort of overstated is the wrong word, but we're focusing on evaluations, and there's always a lot of tension around evaluations, and trust is central to that. Again, I just want to ask you, is there any value, or does this process already exist in a transition year that would set up some way for teachers to share their experience if they feel like they were not treated fairly? Does that already exist, or can we recognize that we're introducing something new, and in response to that, we want to also introduce something to deal with this issue that we're anticipating that might occur in some cases? It may not occur. I mean, it may occur in some, but it may not be as widespread as we're hearing, to Dr. Santelises' point. But that's my question. I just want to understand, is there value to that? And if so, is that something you can agree to do?
Part of what that makes me think of is Cindy Shoquist, a field representative from the BTU. When she came up and spoke during public comment, she shared the fact that actually the details of what are placed in policy and regulation become the avenue by which teachers through the BTU can grieve. So I would say, in terms of someone thinking that they weren't treated fairly, if it is a procedural thing, yes, there is an avenue for doing that, and it is the grievance process. Okay. The thing that the grievance process does not allow is for any employee to say, I disagree with the rating I got for a particular indicator, and I can grieve that. Like, a supervisor has to, in the end, make a determination of what the appropriate rating is. I think there is something in place through the established grievance process for someone to say the process was
So a teacher
unfair.
could say, I feel like I was treated unfairly, and take that through the grievance process. And then, okay.
Procedure. You can grieve the procedure, the process. You cannot grieve the actual rating.
Right.
Right.
But if you feel that if the grievance is that you've been treated unfairly, is that not allowed?
If it's outside of process, no.
It's that there has been a procedural violation.
Only procedural.
Okay. Commissioner Hassan?
So this is either for Dr. S. or Chief Grant Skinner, not sure. But in your conversation, Dr. S., you reminded us that that principals are bound by what they can and cannot use on a formal evaluation. So is there a way, is that bound by COMAR? Is that bound by collective bargaining? Or is there a way in our rubric, we could actually use the update on the rubric to expand, to be able to measure more of the qualitative aspects and the consistency of performance that might make this not as scary or not as challenging?
So yes, thank you. One thing I would note is that in terms of the bounds that at least come to mind when I hear that are actually about bounds we've placed on ourselves. PBS is the guidance that shapes the procedures around which we can gather information that are part of a formal observation. Those bounds, the existing language, have been in place prior to any shift we made with Race to the Top to the employee effectiveness evaluation. Now, a thing I will name is that while formal observations have always in our district had the nature of being announced, what changed when we moved to teacher effectiveness evaluation frameworks is that rather than at the end of the year, the evaluator is making the determination of the end of year evaluation rating based on both formal observations, which had to be announced, and any and all other data that they would include. We shifted to a place that had more discrete data-bound components. So I would actually say that some of these bounds that exist are our process and procedures and our shift to an evaluation that has those components outlined as they are. I also think that shifting to a place where every informal observation and walkthrough could become part of a rating, thinking about if we shifted even entirely to an evaluation where the supervisor selects the end of year rating is not going to be helped by some of the trust concerns that are being raised here today. Some of those bounds around process and making sure it's these specific data points also is to create more process and procedure for protections for employees.
Commissioner, okay. Commissioner Lynn, did you want to say anything else?
I thought someone was before me. I'm sorry. This is a genuine question. Do we believe that the current evaluation system that we have now is ineffective? And if we do believe that, I would like to see the data for that. And I only ask that because we've seen the park data, and some areas, yes, we have improvement, but we've seen that we are in other areas we're above the state. So I'm really confused on where is it that we need to change the method of evaluations, and if so, is there any data towards that?
So we've shared with the board before a couple of times information about the Southern Regional Educational Board when they came and talked to focus groups. We talked about what people have actually said in sessions with us and survey feedback to us and otherwise, where across the board people have named that announced formal observations do not lead to authentic feedback. And therefore, that's the thing that we are trying to fix here, is to make sure that when someone gets a formal observation, the feedback that they're getting is actually based on actual regular practice, so they can improve their practice. There isn't going to be an automatic and direct link to how that shows up in other results, but we know that if someone's feedback that they're getting is based on something that is a one day in time in a year thing that has nothing to do with what they're doing on other days, they're not going to get information, they're not going to get feedback that helps them improve, that helps us know where as a district to focus resources for professional learning, that helps us identify what people are ready for other potential leadership roles. So I would say that is what we're trying to address, because we believe that if we can meaningfully develop people, that will result in changes in student outcomes.
So is it that we don't, okay, let's say I have an announced observation, you tell me we have a pre-observation, all right? Are you saying that the way that teachers are preparing for their observation is not the regular way that they would prepare for a regular day in life of a regular teacher?
I think it's an interesting question because we've heard some folks even today share and express that, yes, they believe that in some cases that is the case, that teachers are preparing differently for a announced formal observation than another day in time. One thing that I do want to name, however, and I want to go back to, we have incredible teachers. We do see gains for our students across our schools. I don't believe that people aren't planning and preparing to deliver meaningful instruction and facilitate learning. We do also hear from folks, though, that they feel as though they are preparing differently for a formal observation. The feedback that they receive from that observation is not always as helpful, and the time and the capacity that we have asked observers and teachers to commit to that process is not meaningful time used. I think about how much feedback we received with folks saying, please, yes, open door, please come into my classroom, please come and give me feedback, and acknowledging that some of the bounds on an observer's time are the announced formal observations and the time given to that. We want to make sure that when folks go into classrooms, it can lead to meaningful feedback each time, including in evaluations.
Okay, I'm going to, Commissioner
Can I
Berkeley,
just
unless
add
you have.
One more response to your question about how the evaluation is working. I think one of the challenges we have with the current evaluation is that you just don't see the distribution of performance in the teacher evaluation that we see in other evaluation tools. You don't see it. So there's just a high level of consistency on the way the evaluations come out.
That's what I was looking
That's
for.
what I thought. And so like 90, you were seeing 90% of teachers are highly effective or effective, but when you look at, say, the principal evaluation, you see more of a range of, the range of, different levels of capacity of principals that we have. It's more reflective of that range.
So I guess part of what we're hearing is obviously there's a lack of trust, right? I mean, that, so the question is, in the end, we have to cure that. If there isn't trust, then to some extent, it doesn't matter what you tell the teacher. If I'm a teacher, and I was for many years, and I don't trust somebody, and they come in and say something. Now, sometimes someone I might not trust would come in and say something so insightful, I could be wrong, I understand. But if someone comes in and I don't trust them and it doesn't seem insightful, I'm just going to reject it. We've wasted everybody's time a little bit. And so I guess my head's going to restorative practices. And what can we do to improve our relationships with the adults in schools or whoever's coming in and doing the observation, and giving a teacher a way to ask for an intervention if they feel that what they've been told after an observation is not accurate, or they don't understand it, or whatever. So I think the process, how do we come together? Because in a school, we should all be a team together for the children. I mean, what are we teaching the children if we're doing this? So, but we are human beings and we do this easily, we all do. So that's what I'm hearing and what I would hope we could maybe improve.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Commissioner Berkeley, I appreciate that, and it reminds me that Commissioner Frank, I don't really know that I answered the question that you were asking that I think aligns a little bit with, like, is there a way that we can give people another outlet? I mentioned that people have the grievance process. I mean, we can certainly think through ways to get feedback as we implement on how to ensure that people can say if something feels unfair. The bounds of that feel difficult as an organization are if that means that every individual employee can ask for someone else to review a number that they get. Because the only way to do that is to say we have double the number of supervisors so that someone else goes in and does a second review of the same thing. So it can't be that, but certainly I hear the interest in saying, like, if we implement this, we need to find a way to ensure that people can flag other issues about fairness, other issues about where it doesn't seem like the policy and regulations are being implemented with the spirit of what the purposes we outlined are.
Thank you. I want to thank everyone for the questions and the discussion. And at this point, I'm going to entertain any motions around this particular item.
So, Madam Chair, I move to delay implementation of this policy until school year 2021.
Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Commissioner Hassan. All those in favor? Commissioner Lynn Brooks, can Lynn vote? Yes. Brooks, Hassan, Richardson, Chinya, McFadden, Bondima, and Berkeley. All those against? Commissioner Reed, any abstentions? Commissioner Frank. Okay, the motion passes. I'm looking again at slide 18, that the recommendations from this reading about the policy will be delayed to school year 2021.
And I just to add, I have heard you say this, so I just want to reiterate that school year 1920 will be dedicated to the framework, and it will be dedicated to rolling that out. I thought I heard someone mention earlier that there will be some kind of, not piloting, but some kind of easing teachers into what this process is going to feel like. And 2021, let's get it done. We've got to start this evaluation process, so I don't want to delay it any further beyond that, but I do want to be intentional that we are delaying it so that the framework can be better realized.
Thank you very much.
Can I ask a question? I'm sorry, you go first. Please.
I move that we amend Regulation GCO-RD, Section 2B7D, to include formative written feedback prior to both announced and unannounced observations.
Second.
Okay, that's been moved by Commissioner McFadden and seconded by Commissioner Hassan. Just read that one more time, Commissioner McFadden.
I move to amend Regulation GCO-RD, Section 2B7D, to include formative written feedback prior to both announced and unannounced observations.
Right. Any questions?
Can we, I have a question.
Okay, Commissioner, and I saw Commissioner Brooks.
So I just want to be clear, so when I was voting, that I'm voting for sort of not sort of like the implementation as it is now, but to be reconsidered with thorough feedback with our community partners to really try to co-create a policy that would actually meaningfully do that. Is that what you? Okay, then I take that back. Yes.
So I have two questions. One, can you just give
They can't hear you.
explanation on why it is you're making that recommendation? And just to, Madam Chair, you voted on to delay but approve is that what you voted on?
The motion was to delay the implementation of the policy as recommended to us this evening. That was the motion that we voted on.
Okay, my question for you.
So then can we clarify that? There needs to be clarity in the motion that was made. So are we approving the policy as written and waiting to hold the implementation for school year 2021?
That's my motion.
That's not what we made.
Okay, let's try this again. Do you want to, how do you want to change that? You want to accept and delay the implementation?
So I want to make a motion that we accept the policy, approve the policy tonight, but delay the implementation of the policy to school year 2021.
Okay, is there a second for this motion?
Question.
May I ask a question?
I need a second.
Oh.
Okay, so there's no second, okay? So,
I will second.
okay, second by Commissioner Frank. Now, go ahead.
Okay, now I can ask my question. So during the 2019-2020 year, can we assume, I don't assume is maybe too strong a word, but there could be continued study and perhaps change of the policy? It gives a year to review what the policy is and see if it could be improved. That's my question.
That's what I thought it meant.
The motion as proposed would be what you currently see on slide 18, which would be that you would introduce the unannounced formal observations with the formal observation being the first one, that this would be the foundational year,
1920
what you see for 1920, and then the following year would be continuing, so you would move it so that what is under 1920 would now be 2021, and what's on that slide is 2021 would be 21-22.
Thank you.
Does that give an opportunity for the rubric work to catch up then with the change in the evaluations? So, because the rubric work is happening this year?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so that's the motion that's on the floor, okay, at this point. And it was moved and seconded, so all those in favor of that motion? Okay, Commissioner Richardson, Chinya, and Frank opposed. Berkeley. I'm
No,
sorry,
favor.
I didn't count you when I was doing the four. I'm sorry. Raise your hand again. It was 4. Okay, those opposed? Lynn, Brooks, Reed, Hassan, and Bondima. Abstentions? McFadden. So that does not pass. Is there another motion?
I make a motion to recall this sort of policy, and in that time, do I need to explain it further, or can I just recall it? Okay, so my intention with that would be to sort of, once we recalled it, to re-engage in some discussion with our stakeholders, particularly around the rubric, and making sure that it is in alignment with what it is teachers' needs, along with sort of the management needs are, and sort of having more consideration before another policy is brought before us again.
I second that motion. With adding that I hope that there's some training and some inter-rater reliability built into that professional development. I said I second the motion with the hope that there's training in inter-rater reliability in that professional development.
I know I'm the chair, but could I ask that, could we make it a little smarter in terms of some time frame for bringing this back?
Well, it's your motion.
It's his motion.
I'm not sure on sort of like how quickly people move, but I'm anywhere between, I think, 6 to 9 months before we see another full proposal before us.
Okay.
And I would offer that since we haven't published the policy calendar yet, that staff sits with policy and determine when it makes the most logical sense to fit it in, to get it to happen as quickly as possible, but as well-rounded and well done as possible.
But we could assume it is this school year.
That we will see this policy again as a board, if that's the capacity of staff. I don't know that we can say what staff capacity is.
I think part of the question that I would have is, sure, we can bring it back this year. The question, though, is with the recall and the proposal, is there anything else within any new version of the policy that the board is expecting to see, right? Like that's really my question, because if it is the board just has to be clear on what the desire is to see, so that then staff is clear about what beyond what staff has already done, the board expects to see, so that they're clear. We're clear.
And then I thought I heard in your motion that it was about recall to relook at the framework, right? But does that include the evaluation part?
Right, that was going to be
teachers?
my other question.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I think sort of for me, it's both I think there's a great opportunity here to do something different. I think when we sort of come together and sort of create something new that actually works, and for me, so what I'm looking at is like, are we thinking about, are there ways that we can get some of the support to teachers in terms of their observations and their needs met? And if we're saying that we already have prescriptions in terms of like we only can use formal observations, what would it mean to engage folks in a conversation around sort of what observations or what material, to your question, can be used in formal observations?
So, again, I think part of what is the board's expectation within the motion that has been put forth, that there will be a different decision point and end product, or changes in process? Like that is the fundamental question, and I hearken back to what I said before, which is, if the board's expectation is that there will be nothing that comes before the board, that there is no disagreement about, and that there is consensus, that is a difference in result. But I just want to be clear about that before I set staff to a task. Or is it the intent of the motion to make sure that there is a different level of process and input and engagement, separate from whatever the proposal will be, that frankly is a management function? So that is the question that I want to be clear from the board, based so that we're clear when staff goes back exactly what it is you want us to be working on.
I think the underlining, what Dr. Santalisa is saying is that if they go back and we do this communicating and all this, the underlining question is still the unannounced observation. That's basically what we're talking about here. That's the underlining discussion between the teachers, the administration. That's the thing that we're talking about here that has the most content. So are we saying that if we go back and they recall and she tells them to do more research and all that, that unannounced observation is not going to be in this presentation, or is it still going to be in this presentation?
Yeah, and thank you, because that actually is very clear, Commissioner Lynn. It's very direct and very clear, and I fully acknowledge that we could, as you noted, come up with something that is entirely new, entirely, right, a different way of viewing that could absolutely, because all things are possible, right, address the broad set of needs that are here, right? My question, though, is exactly that question, right, about the end product. Or is this about process?
So I'm going to have to ask you, Commissioner Brooks, since you are bringing forth the motion in terms of some clarity.
So for me, I think it's, I think in terms of the process should inform the product. And so at the end of the day, the process of engaging should have an impact on the decisions that are being made. And so that's all I'm saying. So if we begin to sort of engage our process in a more meaningful way, maybe the end result will be something that actually resonates not only with the folks on this side, but then also on the management side, so that we could do something a little bit differently. That's what I'm saying.
Can I ask a question in terms of expectations of what that process might lead to, respectfully? Are observations mandated by law?
COMAR includes specific reference that whether announced or unannounced, observations of practice are part of certificated staff evaluations.
So we've heard concerns about observations, but really, observations are mandated by law, right?
Yes.
And the question is whether they're announced or unannounced. And we went
Yes.
from 2 unannounced to 1 unannounced and 1 announced.
Yes.
And we've also responded to a lot of issues
Yes.
in the process. So the question is whether or not we support 1 announced, to Commissioner Lynn's point, 1 announced, unannounced evaluation, and whether that comes out of this process. I mean, we've heard from the CEO and her staff that there's a concern that evaluations are not leading to the best outcomes. And so if we go in this direction, will this process lead to a better outcome? I think it's a fair question when observations are mandated anyway. It's a question of announced or unannounced.
To Commissioner Frank's point, another question to consider is, would not going through this process be detrimental to the whole teacher as we look at a whole child model in the school, and taking the parent community advisory board and the teacher's perspective in as well? So
We have a motion on the floor, so I'm going to take a vote on the motion to recall. It was seconded by Commissioner Hassan. So all those in favor? Of recall. Commissioner Brooks, Hassan. Those opposed? Commissioner Lynn, Reed, Richardson, Chinya, McFadden, Frank, and Berkeley. Folks, at this point, I'm going to table this discussion. And if that means that I'm calling for a third reader, we'll have to do that. But we have spent a lot of time this evening, and we are not getting at a resolution. So I'm going to table it, and we will come back to this. I need a
Policy-wise, I think we
motion.
have to go to a third reader then.
Then we are going to a third reader. Do I need a motion for a third reader? Thank you, Commissioner Reed. Is there a second? Commissioner Richardson, all in favor? It's unanimous. I'm not going to call those names again. This is I hope that folks can appreciate that this is a difficult debate, and we will continue to listen and think through this and talk about it at the next session, third reader. Thank you, staff.
Thank you.
I forgot what I pulled. Let's see. What else did I have to pull? So now we're looking at,
I'm glad we took this.
I'm sorry it takes so long, but. I would just ask folks, if you're leaving, please, if you could leave quietly. We do have some additional items that we need to continue with. We're going to move on to item 1101 from procurement, Dazali Financial Consultant. One. I think, Commissioner Reed, I think you had
Yeah,
questions?
just,
Okay.
Sounds like a new paradigm,
A new paradigm.
In
I'm sorry,
terms of-
Commissioner.
because this is like a CFO.
So what this is for is frankly an extension
Okay.
for our current acting CFO, who has agreed to remain past when originally he was supposed to separate, to help us with some of the transition pieces we were going through an audit.
Okay.
And this is, I'm assuming, and I will ask procurement, this is Mr. Walker's company, correct?
Yes, it is. John
Okay.
Walker, yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
So this is John Walker, our current
Oh, it's
acting
It's
CFOs.
his company.
Yes, and this is really through which we pay him. It enables us to pay him for the transition period. He agreed for transition purposes to stay some additional time. And so this is what covers, this is his consulting LLC. And if I am wrong, our procurement office will
No,
correct.
you're correct.
Thank you.
And
Does
how
that
long-
answer your question?
Yeah, how long?
So part of why we went with the extended time period was to, not have to come back to the board. What we're hoping is by, sometime mid-October or before, we'd be able to kind of make the shift. But given our trajectory, and Commissioner, just in our search process, and Mr. Walker has been great in working with us and staying. So this is really an extension
Okay.
of his contract to get us through that period. And we added time so that we could cover in case, again, we need to go over a bit.
Glad I asked. Thanks.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, is there a motion to accept? Okay, Commissioner Reed, second? Sure. Commissioner Hassan, all those in favor? Okay, Brooks, Reed, Hassan, Richardson, Chinya, Frank, and Berkeley. 2 are absent right now. 7, thank you. Then we had, let me just get them. 1206.
Just pulled for a vote.
It's just pulled for a vote, okay? So, I need a motion. Okay. Moved by Commissioner Richardson, seconded by Commissioner Reed. All those in favor? 12.06. And Reed, Richardson, Chinya, Frank, Berkeley opposed. Hassan abstain. Brooks. 4 yes. 5 yes, 2 absent, 1 against, and 1 abstain. I think I got it. Did I get it?
Good job.
You're good. Maybe I should really get tired. Get giddy. Okay. 12.22, right? And this is also for a vote? Baltimore Curriculum Project? Okay.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve Hassan, seconded by Richardson. All those in favor? Okay, Reed, Hassan, Richardson, Chinya, Frank. Opposed? Abstain? Brooks and Berkeley. 5, 2 abstentions, 2 absent. And then 1301.
Yeah, just a lot of money for 7 months' work, so,
Which one?
8 months' work,
Aeon.
Which one? Oh, Aon.
yeah.
Do folks want to address Commissioner Reed's?
Director of Payroll.
Director of?
Payroll.
Great, and by the way, I will just say, Connie, it's funny to have you as new, because you're not really new anymore, but is this your first time presenting before the board or answering?
Yes.
Okay, good. I just wanted everyone to know that the finance team worked really hard to really recruit Connie, and we're thrilled that she's here, so I just want to say that.
Thank you. So our CFO is asking for an extension on our Aon contract. Aon is our benefit services provider. They help us with any and all benefit-related issues, contracts. We go out for bid, RFPs, requests for proposals, labor negotiations. They audit our claims so that we're not being overcharged. All health, welfare plans, actuarial services for fiscal year and calendar year. They provide us with guidance. It's a big outfit. They're global consulting services, and we're using their benefit services. Affordable Health Care Act reporting, regulatory compliance. Jeremy, you want to add anything?
Yeah, I would say, I mean, Connie named lots of details of what it is, but, I mean, they do provide actuarial services across different needs that related to the Human Capital Office's implementation of benefits, and the Executive and Human Capital Office's preparation for negotiations and analysis for those negotiations, particularly around various aspects of our healthcare offerings, and other things related to enrollment and, yeah.
All the employee communications for open enrollment, budgeting, planning, auditing our claims. And he's requesting an additional $485,000, which, when you look at the entire contract, is really a good fee. It's covering an entire year, from February 2019 through February 2020. So additional, to extend that contract.
Any other questions?
Okay. See, I guess I'm misreading it because it says contract term is June 12, 2019 to February 28, 2020. That's 8 months.
Oh, I'm sorry. I looked down at
Yeah, I would say, I mean, the majority of the tasks that we have historically used Aon for happen during that period, because they do things related to open enrollment that happens in the fall. We are in the midst of negotiations with various unions, which we expect to be doing this fall. There are things related to, like, preparation for the upcoming year's budget, where they provide the finance office with support. That happens, I think, in November, December timeframe. And I believe our intent here, given that we've been working with Aon for a number of years, is that we will work to have a new bid process so that by February, we can identify whether it's Aon or whether it's someone else,
Okay.
a vendor to continue to provide some of this service to us.
I don't know how much work it is, but can you try to find for me the cost benefits of, say, you're paying $2.5 million. How much it would cost you if you had to do this internally yourself?
That
Yeah, 2.5 million since.
2014.
Yeah,
Oh, okay, so it's,
yeah.
Yes.
okay. all
Sorry,
right.
this, I think the way it's written is, talking.
Yeah.
I mean, Joe, you can speak to this, but it's an extension of what is in place.
Okay, so
the
it's
$2 million
$485 for 8 months.
covered a
Okay,
period
okay.
of about 5 years.
Yeah, it
This is
reads totally
extended
different,
for-
okay. So it's $485 for 8 months?
Yes.
Yeah. If it were 2 point whatever
Yeah,
million,
yeah.
I would say you
Okay.
are absolutely doing your job, Commissioner.
Right.
Because that would be troubling.
Okay. I'm just going by what I read. yeah.
No, absolutely.
Okay,
That's a good flag
Okay.
in terms of how it's
Okay.
written.
thank you.
So is there a motion to accept this?
I motion.
Commissioner Reed, second. Commissioner Hassan, all those in favor? Okay, Brooks, Reed, Hassan, Richardson, Chinya, McFadden, Frank, and Berkeley. And that is 8 and 1 absent. Did I get 8 and 1 absent, or was it 9 and 1 absent? 8 and 1 absent. Okay. I stayed awake for one. Was that it?
Yes,
Were those all the ones that were pulled?
yes.
All right.
Thank
you very much. And I'm apologizing as I bring folks up for
Oh, shit,
the
we
one
gotta
that
do
I did skip, which was the information discussion around BLA, BLB, BLC.
Okay, good evening, Commissioners. I'll try to make this brief. This policy proposal is to amend policies BLA, BLB, and BLC, which cover our appeals and hearings policies. Any final decision of the CEO or CEO's designee can be appealed to the board. And those are for the education articles 4205C3, 6202A3, and 7305D5. And we organize those in 3 separate policies. The first is policy BLA, which covers, again, final decisions by the CEO, and typical matters of those are such as non-renewal for untenured teachers, certificate lapses, discharge, bid protest, and promotion or retention decisions for students. BLB covers the discipline and dismissal for certificated employees. And then BLC covers extended suspensions, which are suspension for 11 to 44 days, or an expulsion or removal of a student, which is a removal for 45 days or more. So the policy is currently coming before you for a couple of reasons. First, if you recall, the board voted on a dispute about the meaning of within 30 days in policy BLA. So this was a fix for that issue. And that was also dealing with the discovery timeline, which is the period that parties can exchange information between each other for the case. In addition, there's also just efficiencies and process improvement. So the first change, just major change, is incorporating procedure for board review of these 3 policies. When the situation came up in February, there was really no written mechanism for the board to kind of adjudicate if there's a dispute over the meaning of the policy. So in the proposal, if there is a dispute that comes up about, again, the meaning of the policy, the chairs of the Teaching and Learning Policy and Operations Committee kind of convene an ad hoc committee and come up with a decision, and then the full board will vote to confirm or deny that at the next public meeting or special board meeting. We are expanding the time period to accept appeals to 5 p.m. It was used to be 4:30, and that was a suggestion from some of the feedback we got. We're clarifying the admission of additional evidence in the exception period. What the exception period is after the hearing examiner after the hearing examiner issues a recommendation, the parties, both the CEO and the appellant, have a right to submit exceptions or additional exceptions to the board, kind of agreeing or disagreeing with the hearing examiner. And what we found was that sometimes there was new or additional information in those exceptions that the hearing examiner did not get to see. So what we've done is just put in the policy that unless there's some extraordinary circumstance or new information, all your information needs to be sent up front to the hearing examiner so they have all the correct information to make a good decision. We're also revised the BLA form. We're asking for the appellants to submit the final decision letter. Sometimes people have appealed and they've been out of the 30-day period that you have to appeal, so we're just asking for that form so we'll know. We're asking for a formal letter of representation if the appellants are represented by counsel. Again, we've had some appellants claim they were represented and they actually weren't, so we're just trying to fix that. And we're also just defining what an oral argument and an evidentiary hearing are for appellants. And just for the education of the public, an oral argument is when an appellant argues the appeal directly in front of the board as opposed to a hearing examiner. And then an evidentiary hearing is, again, when it goes before a hearing examiner. And those can be either entirely on paper, as in entirely written, or the hearing examiner can also choose to have a hearing depending on their discretion. BLC, again, that's dealing with the extended suspensions and expulsions, and there were some different changes in that one. Besides the first two, which were also in BLA and BLB, we revised the determination letter process. And the determination letter, again, is what the student receives when they are put on extended suspension or expulsion. And when they receive that, they have a 10-day clock to appeal. So in the current iteration of the policy, the CEO or designee was only required to use their best efforts to mail the determination letter as quickly as possible. Under the revisions, the student or the parent that are there will receive the determination letter at the suspension conference and then receive the final letter by mail no later than 72 hours. And also, we've added a time frame for requests to submit written memoranda after hearing is held. So similar kind of to the exceptions in BLA and BLC, BLA and BLB, after the hearing examiner makes a ruling, there's a period for appellants to submit written memoranda. Previously, there was no timeline, so you could end up in a situation where something was scheduled for vote and then you end up receiving some written memoranda. So we've added some timelines for that to kind of add some structure to that. And there's also two changes after policy committee. One was clarifying that only one appeal can be accepted per the CEO's final action. And this mostly came in the context of, at times, appellants would submit their BLA form and have, on the BLA form, you can ask for the relief you sought and your kind of theory of what happened. And then when they would get representation, sometimes the theory of action or relief sought would change. So what we're trying to do is just make sure that the CEO's team is only responding to one BLA form or one cause of action. So that's why we're asking for that. We've also changed the timeline for written motions. There were some mentions in the policy that the timeline began when the appellant received it, and that's kind of impossible for us to be held accountable. So we've changed it to the timelines to when the board office sends the motion rather than when the appellant receives it, because there's no way for us to know. Finally, and this is based on some feedback from policy committee, this is the policy outreach that we did. This was via email, and the ones in green were people that responded. And we also, too, will be sending out another round of solicitations to the people that did not, the organizations and groups that did not respond. And in the appendices, there was also some extra data. The policy committee asked for comparisons to other districts, comparable districts. And we heard back from Howard, Baltimore, and Montgomery County. So we compared the kind of number of appeals they receive versus that we receive. And we also added, we kind of disaggregated the BLA data for the last 3 years in the different types of appeals, such as non-certificated employees or evaluations. So, any questions?
Thank you. This was the first reader, right?
Yes, first
All right.
reader, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for being patient.
I don't have a choice.
I picked the right person to put at the end right now. So let's see, I just need to do some notices for upcoming meetings and just a reminder, oh, I'm sorry, another. I was trying, I'm so sorry.
We are right there with you.
Which one did I miss? Oh, my goodness, okay.
It wasn't with the others, but it is information.
Oh, that's why, because it was all by itself. Yes, I'm sorry, policy JJA, student organizations. I did not, and you know, I've been meeting with you and catching up on
Baby.
a precious person, so I could not overlook you. I'm sorry. You need to get home and take care of him too. Okay. Thank you.
I have plenty of pictures on updating, so that's fine. Good afternoon, good evening, actually, Commissioner. I'm James Torrance. I'm the staff specialist for strategy and compliance in the academics office. The policy I'm presenting tonight is student organizations. This policy is, I'll make this short and sweet. This policy is formalizing the rights of students under federal law as in access to their actual student-led organizations. This protects their free speech rights and their rights to assemble and actually have some association with other students in the school building. Under this policy, students have the right to form in non-instructional time, and this applies to students in secondary schools, which is 6 through 12. The reason why we call student organizations because this is a student-led policy in student organizations at the school level. As you see, the student-led organization definition is very clear. It is actually a 6-point test for it. Must be formed and initiated by enrolled students at the actual school. Must be student-sponsored. Comprised of student officers and leaders, and will be supervised by school instructors or school administrators. Notice we say supervise, not participating. Also comprised of strictly voluntary membership. Also, we want to make sure that it's available in non-instructional time. So non-instructional times is outside of the actual instructional time in class. For instance, it could be before school, after school, during lunch. And must not be directly related to a body of coursework. So French Club is not a student-led organization. A chess club is not a student-led organization. Those are school-sponsored organizations and have received direct funding from the school. In terms of it, we still, by the definition, maintain those principles of what the organization looks like, but we also put an onus on students to make sure that they submit objectives to their principal, because we want to know the function of your organization and the purpose of your organization, and also act as an advising portion. Also, we emphasize that a staff person cannot ban or suppress the viewpoint of students if it's discomforting or unpleasant. We also make sure that the only criteria for evaluating a student organization outside of their objectives is evaluating, again, if they're formed by students at the actual school, whether it's voluntary, and whether or not it's out of instructional time and the other bullet points under the definition. We also, with this right, with equal access, give them access to using school facilities, as well as define the role of staff, and making sure that we understand that it's for supervision purposes only. And we also specify, just like many other counties, that non-custodial staff do not count as being able to supervise. In terms of meetings, the meetings must maintain that they're open to all students, no matter race, class, gender, sexual orientation, or perceptions of such. We also allow students to form partisan groups because we understand that they have free speech and they have a right to have a partisan perspective. We also understand that there must be guidelines for management of funds at the school level as well for student-led organizations, and we also articulate that in the policy. Again, we go back to operations, and we also, in this policy, put in place a process for reserving room reservations, because we want to make sure that if a student group wants to have a room available next week, they must put in a certain timeline, and the principal must respond in a certain timeline. We also have a timeline for when principals have to give you a yay, nay, on whether or not you can form as an organization. And we also put in place an appeals process too. And this is off of feedback from actual student-led organizations to protect their rights. And they wanted to make sure that they had a process that was articulated in our writing, that they had rights that were clear, and that school leaders could not just have any ambiguity on it. And again, we also maintain that there can be no secret organizations or any illegal organizations. And we must maintain that these organizations, that student-led organizations, cannot be controlled by an outside group. You may have a chapter, but your outside group cannot govern you. And again, I go over the changes since policy committee and engagement. Any questions?
Of course I do. This is me. Okay, so let's say if a school doesn't have an SGA yet, and it's not school sponsored, and they're building it themselves, it's considered in this, right?
So an SGA or a student governing council will still be under ASBCA, which I forgot. I'm sorry if I messed up.
ASCBC.
ASBC. So yes.
It's okay.
I'm
It's
tired.
all right.
It's late. It would still be a school-sponsored organization because you receive funding from the district, as well as some fundraising from your school as well.
No, not ASCBC.
So
But
if they don't have a student government.
yeah, if they don't have it at all, they're a random school, and they want to start it themselves. Would they be considered in this?
So, two parts. One, they could form a student organization about advocacy at school, but they also still have the opportunity to be part of a school-sponsored activity, which is the student congress as well, and start their own chapter. So they have an option.
After the appeals process, who is the person that would go to higher than the principal to say yea or nay?
Principal supervisor.
Correct. And I saw in there as well that they had to have a list a week before or something like that.
So if you want to reserve space in school, you have to reserve it a week before because we have to manage it through the visitor management process, as well as you have to report who your visitors are going to be so that the appropriate staffing is there. So if you're having a major event like a fashion show, we should be able to say we need school police there or we need some type of supervision if you need technology services.
Actually, I have a question. For these groups, have you all sort of considered sort of other models in like particularly higher education where we have like Towson University where the students form the White Student Union, which was a racist group on campus that was promoting sort of white ideology and white supremacy, for example. Like, do you?
When you were a student, weren't you?
So how would you sort of like, what does that look like?
So this is also fun. I can tell you from my own experience after, I'm dating myself. This happened when I was SGA vice president at Towson University several years ago. This organization tried to be created. The equal access law is what came out of those movements at that time. That access still allows them to be present, but their speech cannot be hateful. We can remove them if they cause a disruption to the actual environment of school.
By the way, it wasn't several years ago when you were.
More like 11.
But it was a good school.
It was a good school.
But not the best school.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And on the note of universities, have I missed anything else? Okay, so upcoming meetings, I can go there now, right? Teaching and Learning Committee on Tuesday, September the 3rd, 3:30. The next executive session and board meeting will be on September the 10th. Operations Committee will meet on September the 17th here at 10:30. Policy on September the 17th, also here at 3:30. And the Parent Community Advisory Board will meet on September the 19th. I'm going to apologize to our committees that didn't report, but we will have a written report that will be available on board docs if anybody would like to read them.
Commissioner Teniak, can I just say one really quick thing? just in regards to the policy meeting that's upcoming, I just want to make sure that it's public and loud. We'll be talking about policy JKA, which is behavioral interventions and student discipline. So if students don't know about it this far in advance, they might not be able to make it there. And I'd really love to get students there, to get student input on this in the front end, so that we can maybe avoid some of the delays that we've seen in policies in the past. So, thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion that this meeting be adjourned? It's been moved and seconded by everyone. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you all. Good night.
So,